be a really interesting show. They're saying that this is going to be quite a big show. I mean, we're getting ever closer towards Stand and Deliver. So, I mean, we really do need to make some progress here. And we've got a full preview as a result, quite a few bits and bobs for us to take a look at. So let's jump over, shall we, and have a look at the preview and see what they've got on deck for us. So here's the preview. We have got Tony D'Angelo throws down with Ricky Saints. You might remember that he got involved the other day. It feels like this is heading to a fatal four-way. Feels like Tony and Ricky and Ethan and Joe are maybe going to battle it out to see who's going to win that NXT Championship. So, yeah, we've got Tony throwing down with Ricky. That should be a fun match, honestly. I mean, this low-key could be sort of a mid-card type match on a PLE. We could have got this at Stand and Deliver, just in the middle of the card. So, not down on that. Then we got a gauntlet match. This is going to determine the number one contender. Now, there's a mystery person in this gauntlet match. So the gauntlet match is going to determine the number one contender for the North American Championship. Interim NXT General Manager Robert Stone has announced that Jackson Drake, Dion Lennox, Shiloh Hill, and Charlie Dempsey are going to participate. And there's going to be a special surprise, right? Special surprise. Maybe Stone Cold Steve Austin. Who knows, right? Probably going to be something really fun. Could be someone from the main roster. Just to give Stand and Deliver that little boost, you know? So we got Jackson Drake, we got Dion Lennox, we got Shiloh Hill, we got Charlie Dempsey, and a special surprise, maybe Johnny Gargano. I'm not even joking there. I mean, it could be, couldn't it? So it could be someone from the main roster. Johnny's not doing anything at the moment. So interesting. So it'd be fun to find out who that is. So gauntlet match is going to eat up quite a bit of time, of course. Then we got Thea Hale taking on Kelani Jordan. Thea Hale, you might have seen in Unseen yesterday, has got like a new hairstyle. Or she's kind of put red and black into her hair. It actually looks quite good. Looks a bit fiery. Kind of looks like it's got a bit more attitude. So, yeah. Be interesting to see Thea against Kelani. I like Thea. Wren QCC is going to be battling Fallon Henley and Lainey Reid. So, we've got that battle going down. And apparently, Elio LeFleur and Eli Knight battling Shawn Spears, Niko, Vance. Now, still no word, or not that I've seen, unless so much dropped in the past hour or so. No word on Elio LeFleur's condition. There was a concern that he's broken his arm. So, yeah, there is a concern there about that. But we'll have to see what the announcement is. I'm not expecting Elio LeFleur to compete. We had a conversation about who could replace him. If you want someone similar, we've got people that can do that. We've got like Cappuccino Jones, who is at the PC at the Performance Center. I don't know where Jack Cartwheel is. He does a lot in Mexico. I don't think he lives there though. So, I mean, you could get Jack Cartwheel, but or do you go and just get someone that's kind of not doing anything right now, like a Tavian Heights? Someone along those lines. Do you go and get someone like that? So I don't know. It's in this tournament. So Shawn Spears, Niko, Vance. Obviously, we saw Hank and Tank get eliminated the other day in this tournament. So we're still progressing with this tournament. So yeah, Robert Stone online was saying this is going to be a big show. And it needs to be, because this is, you know, I want to say our last normal show. I think next week is our go home for Stand and Deliver. And Stand and Deliver is like NXT's WrestleMania, because it happens normally WrestleMania weekend. This time it's happening just a couple of weeks before WrestleMania. But as a result, it's soon. It's not far away. It's we got this week and next week. That's it. So we've got to really do some stuff tonight. So I think we could be in for a fun show here. I think we could be in for a show that's got a few twists and turns. And yeah, I'm quite excited to see what WWE have got up their sleeve. Jared, hello. said, I've not seen you for ages, days. Must be a good week since we last spoke, says Jared. Jared, I hope you're doing well, my friends. I hope you're looking forward and excited to NXT. Yes, I think this is going to be good, so I'm quite excited. Sunny, hello. Hope you're doing well. Hello, hello. I've got lots of people saying hello. I think Leon Slater could be number 5, said Edward. Yes, there's a chance for that. Leon Slater, we haven't seen him in a hot minute, but he's still competing and active in TNA. Frankie, hello. Hope you're well. And Wrestle Relics, hello. Edward said, who do we think that 5th person's going to be? I saw Shiloh be announced at number 4, says Edwards. Yeah, I think the shout of Leon Slater is interesting, but I wouldn't be down on like a Johnny Gargano or someone from the main roster. I mean, I've said I feel like they could do with a bit of a boost. We know that there's meant to be rumors of Takahashi coming into NXT. I mean, Takahashi is just such a superstar. I mean, we're talking about someone that always competed in big major matches in New Japan. We're talking about a very highly decorated... I mean, I know that he was winning like the junior championships, which is their kind of light... championships. Yeah, I mean, but I don't actually know. I want to have a look and see just how good his resume actually is, because he is seriously talented. 36 years old, so we've still got plenty of time, still got a good 10 years on the clock. So he is a one-time IWGP Tag Team Champion. He is a five-time IWGP Junior Heavyweight Champ. And again, Junior doesn't mean child. It means like, you know, lightweight type thing, right? So Junior Heavyweight Champion, 5 times. IWGP Tag Team Champion with Tatsuya Naito. He was the never open weight 6-man tag champ. He won Best of the Super Juniors in 2018, 2020, 2021, and 2022. He won the World Tag League with Naito in 2024. He won Best Gimmick 2017 from Wrestling Observer, and get this, he was the non-heavyweights MVP of the year. So out of all the wrestlers that aren't classed as heavyweights, he was the MVP according to Wrestling Observer in 2020. He won the Fighting Spirit Award from Tokyo Sports in 2020. He won Most Outstanding Performance in 2023. Pro Wrestling Illustrated ranked him as the 27th best wrestler in the world in 2018. So, I mean, this is not a guy that is coming in that's like, you know, got potential. This is a guy that's one of the absolute best Japanese wrestlers of the past 8 years, 8 to 10 years over in New Japan. Whenever I've watched Wrestle Kingdom, his matches have always been some I've looked forward to watching. My favorite wrestler was Naito, but I always enjoyed watching Takahashi. And, you know, the fact that there are rumors that he is on his way to WWE and on his way to NXT is seriously exciting. Seriously exciting. So Takahashi is someone that's... I mean, it's quite rare for me to know about people outside of WWE because I don't really pay much attention. But this is Takahashi for those that have never seen what he looks like. His entrance gear is normally quite colourful, normally quite loud. And this is what Takahashi looks like. He is fun. I mean, that's the word I would sort of use for him, is fun. But, I mean, from a technical standpoint, he is just an absolutely incredible wrestler as well. So, yeah, the fact that he is on his way to WWE is very exciting news. So, looking forward to seeing Takahashi coming in. And, you know, bring in his charisma, bring in his colourful character. And I'm not saying that's going to be tonight in this open challenge, but as we move forwards and as we start getting more kind of mystery person things, I think this, you know, is going to start featuring a little bit more. My guess is, though, that you save him and probably introduce him at Stand and Deliver. So, you know, if you've got him and signed him, then, and you want Stand and Deliver to feel like a big show, then I think that you could bring him in there and actually debut him there. We know that they want to get Evil in, but it seems like WWE want him to go to the main roster and their Evil wants to go to NXT. So, I mean, they could end up with both, and that's going to be so much fun if we do get both in NXT. That's going to be such an amazing summer. So neither of them need to learn how to wrestle. We keep saying this. Neither of them need to learn how to wrestle, but I do see NXT as like the welcome mat, the reception. The come in, get settled, let's work on your presentation, let's get those fans that aren't used to you. We've all seen, you know, Motor City Machine Guns, we've all seen Ray Phoenix kind of struggling a bit with getting reactions and getting momentum. It's just hard. I mean, look at Maxine Dupree, it's hard. Like, when you're quite cold and you don't have much momentum, it's difficult. Like, NXT can give you that momentum. You can go there, shine, be a big fish in a small pond, get wins, get your presentation right, get some buzz going, and then come up with some momentum. So, you know, again, you don't have to be in NXT long, but I think that we kind of broke it down the other day. I think it works for NXT. I think it helps the fans get used to people they don't know. I think it helps the talent because it gives them momentum, gets them settled into the system. They can understand the expectations. Just works for everyone. Works for the talent, works for WWE NXT, works for the fans, and it means that when they come in, you get a moment, oh my God, Takahashi is here. But then when he gets called up, you get another moment, oh my God, Takahashi is now on the main roster. If you put him straight onto the main roster, you've ruined that moment because Motor City Machine Guns arriving on the main roster meant nothing to me. I was not excited to see them coming into WWE because I didn't know them. So to me, it didn't mean anything. So you've thrown it away. There is now no, oh my God, Motor City Machine Guns are here, right? If you'd put them in NXT first and we'd got used to them, then when they got called up, we would have had that, oh my God, Motor City Machine Guns are here type reaction. So I think that NXT serves a lot more of a purpose than just teaching people how to wrestle. So yes, I'm excited. Honestly, I can't wait. Again, no, I can't say that's going to be tonight. If I'm a betting man, I would say they're probably going to save his reveal for the actual show. Jared said, can we talk about last night? Yeah. For me, Punk was clutching at straws, saying any old rubbish. The family can't do it on their own. Did they not see The Rock's face run in the Attitude Era, says Jared. Jared, shout out to you. Well, I mean, I think that what he's trying to do, of course, is he's trying to get into Roman's head. I don't think he's kind of going back talking about the whole family. I don't think he's talking about, like, the Wild Samoans and Yokozuna and Rikishi and The Rock and all of that. He's only focused on the people that are in WWE right now. You know, we've seen the Usos be able to get wins. So, I mean, if you want to expand it, like, on their own, so if you want to expand it beyond Roman, like, that is obviously, you know, going to be a bit problematic. But so I can understand the argument. But I think this is a criticism that the fans had about Roman's bloodline run in particular. So during that time, a lot of it would be a mistake to think that everyone was on board with Roman and that bloodline run. Like, people were watching, which is the most important thing, but there was plenty of grumbles as people were like, I'm so bored of this, like, he just keeps winning the same way. We look back on it now with a lot of fondness because it was such a good creative period and the stories were so good. But actually, when it came to a lot of the matches and Roman getting wins thanks to outside interference, it was a pretty loud criticism at the time. So I think what Punk is trying to do is he's trying to dig into that. You know, he's in a feud with Roman. So he's in a feud with Roman. So he's trying to get into Roman's heads. And so he's trying to paint this picture of you can't do it without help. In fact, none of your family can do it without help. And in regards to that line, I think if you want to nitpick at that, then you can nitpick at that. But really, that's a secondary throwaway line. This is all designed to get into Roman's head because that's who CM Punk is fighting. So the first bit is you can't do it on your own. And that's something Roman has referenced, actually. How people say that he can't do it on his own. And then I think the other line is, in fact, none of your family can, right? And it's just trying to probe. He's just trying to nitpick. He's just trying to poke. And, you know, this is why he was laughing last night, or at least I believe why he was laughing, because he said, you know, you need help. And, well, he got help, didn't he? It was Jay that attacked CM Punk first. CM Punk was an injured animal when Roman went after him. And that's what Punk was saying. You know, I'm not the one that needs the help. So I didn't mind it, honestly. I didn't mind it. I think that I can sort of put myself in CM Punk's shoes and I can sort of understand what he's trying to do, which is I'm just going to throw a load of stuff at Roman and I'm gonna try and hit him where it hurts. You know, I mean, he spoke about his dad to try and get a reaction. Now he's trying to touch on that. You can't beat me on your own. And actually, if the result is going to be that Roman's going to tell the Usos to stay away, right? Do not come down to the ring under any circumstances. You know, I do not want the family involved at all. Because this clown says I can't beat him on his own. I need to show him that I can. Well, that's a dub for CM Punk. Because CM Punk will have took away what was one of Roman's biggest advantage during the Bloodline title run. And that was the numbers game. Many times people were like, it just, you know, it's not about beating Roman. It's about beating the numbers. It's about beating, you have to beat the Bloodline. Do you remember when Drew, Clash at the Castle, took out Sammy and the Usos just before Clash at the Castle because he knew they were a problem and they always interfered. Drew walked into Wales, walked into Clash at the Castle with only Roman in front of him. I think Heyman was there as well, but I think he felt confident he could deal with Heyman, right? So, you know, if Heyman tried to trip him or something like that, I think, you know, Tyson Fury was at ringside. So it was like, this felt like it was going to be 50-50. It was going to come down to who was going to be the better in-ring, you know, wrestler. And Drew had a really good chance against Roman. And part of the story was sort of built on that. And then that's the show that we debut Solo. Solo joins the WWE main roster by helping Roman in a match when Drew had dealt with Sammy, dealt with the Usos, felt that he'd got rid of that Bloodline threat, and then bang, we bring up Solo, and Solo interferes. So there is a history of Roman getting help to secure the victory. I wouldn't look beyond Roman. I think you're right in saying, well, what about this result? What about that result? If you're going to nitpick in that regard, you're going to find that, you know, there's plenty of times where the Anoa'i family have got wins. There's plenty of times when Roman was the babyface that he got wins without outside interference. But CM Punk is trying to get into Roman's head now. That's the primary focus. You know, I'm facing you at WrestleMania. I want to get into your heads. And so this is definitely a nerve that he can touch. This is definitely something which has got a little bit of history and weight to it. So I personally, I didn't mind it. Whether it could have been worded a little different, maybe. But I think he was just throwing everything he could at Roman just to try and touch that nerve. Just in a slightly different way, in a less crass way than he did a few weeks ago when he said about Roman's father. You know, Roman's father's one of those where it's like, oh, you don't do that. We all know a line has been crossed. But actually saying you can't win a match without help, that's not really a line being crossed. But because of there being truth to it, certainly during that Bloodline run, then, you know, that can still really niggle, that can still touch a nerve, can still get in Roman's head. There is another talking point that came out, actually, from that, and I didn't pick up on it. And I'm not convinced by it. But shout out to everyone that's provided their feedback in the opinions video. I think it was Kanon that said, is Jay, and a few actually of you said, but I think Kanon was the first that I read, said, is Jay the new tribal chief? And I was like, what do you mean? And this has come from the fact that Jay was saying, Joe, get him, Joe. You know what to do, Joe. And then Roman listened and followed the order, right? Now, to me, in that moment, I didn't think anything of that, because this was Roman, who doesn't need much of a reason to attack Punk. I mean, don't forget, Punk made those comments about Roman's father. Punk has literally said, you can't beat me on your own, you know. I mean, for weeks now, he's been verbally attacking Roman. And I think a lot of people would say getting the win as well, verbally. So I don't think it would take Roman much for him to go after Punk, right? So the fact that Jay's on the outside cheerleading, going, go on, Roman, go on, Roman. I think for me, that just felt like that was just the straw that broke the camel's back. I didn't view it as Jay is the new tribal chief. Like, there's been no evidence of that. There's been no word about that. Like, that would have happened away from WWE, and you would think that it would have been mentioned. You would think Jay would have mentioned it, right? You'd think Jay would have started wearing the Ulafala and all this kind of stuff. So my first reaction was, no, I don't see this. That was not my interpretation of it, right? But it got mentioned again in the opinions video of, like, is Jay the new tribal chief? Why did Roman take orders from Jay? And so it was interesting that people interpreted it a slightly different way, right? So what I did was I went back and I watched the segment. And when I watched the segment again, there was a comment from Corey Graves I did not hear, because obviously I would have been talking to you guys, so I didn't hear him say this. As soon as Roman gets that order from Jay and spears CM Punk, Michael Cole says something, and Corey says, that was interesting, it was Jay that called the shot. So Corey actually calls out the fact that Roman reacted to Jay's command. He actually on commentary said Roman just reacted to, you know, Jay's, you know, shot. Jay just called that out and Roman reacted. So I don't know why Corey highlighted that. I don't know why Corey said that. I don't know why Corey wants us to think about that. I don't know if that's just Corey reacting in the moment or if he's been told to highlight that. I suppose the point I'm making is, even if Jay is not the tribal chief, is there some sort of story that's growing, that's evolving, that is blossoming, that is going to have Roman sort of, I don't know, doing what the family want him to do? Is this some sort of story where Roman now is not the tribal chief, the be-all and end-all, but actually he wants to be more, you know, kind of there for the family, doing what the family wants? And is it that the family can sort of say to him, we think you should do this, and, you know, there's a good chance he'll go and do it? I don't know. To me, it was a nothing, not a nothing moment, but it was that final bit of encouragement. It was the family basically saying to Roman, you need to do this, and Roman going, I agree. I didn't take it as a command, and I certainly didn't take it as Jay being the new tribal chief. I really did not take it that way, and I don't think others did either, because I didn't see many people. 99% of people were not talking about that. But I did have a couple of comments in the opinions thing, and then when I went back, there was that line from Corey, and there's just something there now, which is just, I'm keeping an eye on it. It's just in my head now that I'm like, if Corey didn't say that, I wouldn't think about it. But because Corey just highlighted it on commentary, you know, Jay called the shot. That was his exact line. Jay just called the shot. And I was like, why is Corey highlighting that? Why is Corey highlighting that? I think Sportskeeda might have put some out as well. Sportskeeda might have posted something that... let me see if I can find it. Sportskeeda. Love these guys. Sportskeeda Wrestler. Follow me, actually. Don't know why. Can't stand them. Okay. Sportskeeda. Let's go back to last night. Where... who is in whose heads? Here. Joe. Get him. Get him, Uso. You know what to do. It was Jey Uso passing the orders for a change. Eyes emoji. That was 17 hours ago. So even they picked up on it was Jey that was passing the orders. You see, I didn't see it as an order is not the word I would use. To me, it was Jey was desperate to get to Punk. Jay's seen enough, heard enough. He wants it to get physical. He was the one that charged Punk. He was then being held back by Jimmy. And he was saying to Roman, you get him. You know what to do. Get him, Uso. Get him, you know. I didn't see it as an order. It was more encouragement. And then Roman went and got him. But it is interesting that Corey said that line. A few of you picked up on this. And here's Sportskeeda saying it was Jey that passed the orders. So, is there something there? Is there something to that? I would say it's just worth keeping an eye on. Just worth keeping an eye on. Shawn said, I want Roman to win, but every time someone gets in his heads, he loses. Seth got in his heads and he got disqualified, said Shawn. Interesting. Armin said, Days, who is the true future? Dom, Trick, or Bron Breakker? Who is the true future? Well, I think WWE want it to be Bron Breakker, but there obviously needs to be an evolution there. Trick Williams is hot right now, but there's never any guarantee that that's going to be sustained. Because, of course, you know, you can sort of put him in a rubbish feud. You can have him lose matches, give him a bad run. The aura can sort of suffer as a result. So it's a good time for Trick right now. But there's no guarantee that it's going to sort of stay that way. I think, though, that WWE know what they've got with Trick, and I think they're going to try and protect him the best they can. So I think that Trick's aura is going to carry. So I feel probably quite good about Trick. Bron Breakker, I don't think when he comes out, I don't think he's got the Oba or Trick aura. Maybe after this absence, when he first comes back, we're going to feel like, you know, he's like a new guy. This absence could actually be quite good for Bron, because Bron just kind of coming out and spearing and screaming and, you know, cutting his passionate promos and then kind of throwing the mic down, walking away. Like, you could maybe see there being some flickers of aura there. I can't be alone in thinking that Oba is out aura-ing Bron Breakker right now. And I think Trick Williams is out aura-ing Bron Breakker right now. So Bron Breakker, for me, they clearly like him. The machine is going to be behind him. I think we're seeing the aura improve. I feel better about him now than I did this time last year, definitely. Feel better about him now than when we first started the Vision, but I feel like there's more progress needed with Bron Breakker. But I think Trick Williams is further along, honestly. With the aura, I think he's further along. So I feel like Trick Williams is above Bron. Dominic is interesting because Dominic is massively over in Mexico. He enjoys a lot of support in America, but his match quality is not that great. I mean, it's not like we get 4.5 star bangers out of Dominic. Dominic's matches normally are like 3 point something. It doesn't seem to bother anyone though, because the whole dirty Dom, mommy, him and Rhea, him and Liv, him being a ladies' man, you know, all that kind of stuff. They love that. You know, him when he was talking about spending time in prison and joking about all that. People loved all of that. So Dom has managed to build himself like some aura, but obviously we're kind of now going into a period where Judgment Day is at its weakest point right now. There's no Damian, there's no Edge, there's no Finn. So, you know, Dom's one of the big players in that group. I mean, it's him and JD McDonough. Probably the biggest person in that group is maybe Liv from a star power point of view. So I sort of feel like Dom's going in a period now where he's going to have to start carrying more weight than what he's carried before. I think a lot of the creative is going to dictate his future, because I think his success is not coming from his matches. And I'm not even convinced it's coming from his promos. I think it's coming from I think it's coming from the look. I think it's coming from the fact that he's Ray's son, the whole deadbeat dad thing. I think the Eddie Guerrero thing. It's coming from a lot of that. That's where a lot of his success is coming from. I just don't know if that's sustainable. The Eddie, he's always going to be Ray's son, and he's always going to have the Eddie connection. So that's always going to be sustainable. But I mean, we've seen a lot of people like Curtis Axel, who was Mr. Perfect's son. You know, Ted DiBiase Jr., that was $1 Million Man's son. I mean, Shane McMahon, that's Vince's son. I mean, there's a lot of kids that have, you know, seen their connection with the audience dwindle. And, you know, you can't just keep living off being someone's son. So I think with Dominic, I want to see his in-ring improve. And it has massively compared to when he first started, of course. And it will continue to improve. But for me, it's still in the 3s. We haven't got into the early 4s. So there's still a way to go. I have been enjoying a lot of his matches in AAA, though. I think I've been enjoying his AAA work more than I've been enjoying his WWE work. And I do feel like when we get to PLEs, he underdelivers. I mean, I can't really tell you the last PLE match that Dominic had that was a real banger. I mean, I know he competed with John Cena, but I didn't think the match was very good. And actually at Survivor Series, there was lots of shenanigans with Liv coming down and refs getting bumped and all this kind of stuff. So for me, like, his match with Ray was very good at WrestleMania. Was that 39? But I don't want to go back that far and say that was his last great match at a PLE. But I think there's definitely an area there that needs improving, and I think his promos can continue to improve as well. So I'm going Trick, honestly. I think Trick's a fantastic talker, and, you know, if you can talk, then that's worth its weight in golds. I mean, look at how good CM Punk is, and, you know what, how he can use that. I'm not going to say that Trick is CM Punk level, but from a delivery point of view, from a stand-in and just, like, spitting, like, not tripping over your words and just getting, like, you know, your promo out, Trick's great. The one thing Trick needs is a few more, like, little kill shots in there, but I think he can, you know, working with the main roster creative, start to get those. And in fact, he's had a few, actually, like in little backstage moments when he's been kind of going off on Sammy. We've had glimpses. So, yeah, I think that Trick's got a great look. His aura and connection is already there. I don't think it's going to diminish, because it didn't diminish in NXT. So I don't think it's going to diminish on the main roster. And I think that sky's the limit with him, honestly. If I have to choose between those three, I'm going to go Trick. I do think Bron Breakker's got potential, but there needs to be, that aura needs to grow further. And Dominic absolutely has got potential. But I don't know that I could say Dominic's going to be like one of the top guys. Like, do you know what I mean? Like a Cody, a Punk, I don't know that he's going to do that. I mean, if you think about Eddie was not like a world champion on a regular basis. Same with Rey Mysterio, actually. They're still seen as top guys, but they do a lot in the mid-card. They put on a lot of great matches, and they do a lot around like the mid-card belts and tag belts and those kinds of things, and get into feuds. I could see Dominic doing that. I don't know that I see Dominic having loads of WrestleMania main events. I could see him being in night 1 main event. Struggling to see him in night 2 main events unless a lot of good things go right his way. So I think Trick, I could see Trick in night 2. I don't have any problem saying that. I could see Trick night 2 WrestleMania main event. I could see Bron Breakker night 2 WrestleMania main event. But I don't know if I want to put Dominic thirds, because I feel like right now Dominic is getting a lot of love, but we're not talking about where we are now. We're talking about where we're going to be in the future. So looking at that, I would say Trick is the one I'd feel most comfortable back in. Yeah. Trick needs a better finisher, though, said Shining Wizards. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Wrestling always needs a team of future guys. You're only as good as your opponents, said Shining Wizards. Trick's got one of the best entrances in WWE. He does, and he's got the catchphrase as well. So, you know, whoop that Trick. Whoop. I mean, like, if you've got a catchphrase, and like, to my knowledge, I don't think Dom's got one. I don't think Bron Breakker's got one. But that means that the fans have got something they can chant. The entrance is there. Clearly, they love the white for him because that's all he's wearing. So he's got, like, you know, his look, that jacket, the ring gear. I like the fact he doesn't change it as well. I like the fact that he keeps going with that same ring gear because I think it just works. It just works. There's no need to keep changing it. And I also like the fact he doesn't wear his own t-shirt. So I don't even know if he's got one. I'd imagine he does. But I always remember Charlotte Flair saying, you know, that some of the best advice she got from her dad is don't wear your own shirt. Don't be a mark for yourself. If the fans like you, they will buy the shirt. They don't need to see the shirt to buy the shirt, right? If the fans like you and they want to support you, they'll go to WWE shop and they'll just find your shirt. So don't be a mark for yourself. Like, don't ruin your presentation by just wearing, you know, whatever your latest shirt is. So that was, you know, this is why Charlotte comes out in her ring gear and her robes, and she looks like $1 billion. And she doesn't really tend to come out with her latest shirts. I think she's probably been doing a little bit that recently, as she's been trying to sort of soften her image. But throughout the bulk of her career, she didn't wear her shirt on purpose. And we're not really seeing Trick do that. I mean, Trick won't really come out with his shirt on. I like it, honestly. I think he's a star. He looks like $1 billion, and you can totally see him being in the mix for WrestleMania main events. Totally see him in that mix. So, yeah. But you can't rule out Bron Breakker because WWE clearly love him. The Machine is going to be behind him, but the Machine has been behind people in the past, and it's not always worked out. So, you know, Bron Breakker does not feel anywhere close to the finished article to me. He's definitely someone with big potential, definitely someone that WWE believe in and are pushing, and definitely someone I can see being a world champion and main event in shows and all of that stuff. But I don't know. I mean, at some point, will the Machine have to move on to someone else? Will it be a case that he will get kind of outdone by a considerable amount of people? I mean, I think he's being out-auraed by Trick and Oba right now. I think their aura is greater. I think the reactions are bigger when they come out than they are for like Bron Breakker. So I think that you know, it's not going to have to take too many more people for him to find himself slipping further and further down like a pecking order. And before you know it, you're in the mid card. Before you know it, you're a big fish in the mid card. And you know, ask Finn Balor how easy it is to get out of that spot. Ask Damian Priest how easy it is to kind of get out of that spot. Ask Jey Uso right now how easy it is to kind of get out of that spot. If you kind of find yourself getting, kind of slipping and, you know, we're calling up people and there's others that come along that kind of beat you on aura, then, you know, you can find yourself being the king of the mid-card, and it's hard to get out of that when you find yourself in that position. Jared said, thanks for the feedback. On a side note, people say that Flair could be on the phone to Orton, but he's in with AEW. Yeah. If he's, I don't know what his contracts are, to be honest, but if he's got a deal with them, then yeah, I'd say that that's not going to allow that to be the case. I think that Cowboy Bob makes sense. Triple H was my first thoughts, but there seems to be a growing belief in the voices and that he's talking to himself. And we actually spoke the other day about why that would make sense. It would make sense for him to be talking to himself on the phone, because if he is so far gone that he believes that the phone rang and that he believes he's talking to someone, not only is he hearing voices, but it seems like his mental state is in a much worse place than we thought. He is in a much more fragile place than we realized. You know, it's not only that he's hearing voices, but now, you know, he's starting to think his phone is ringing when it isn't, and he's starting to think he's speaking to someone when he isn't. He's actually responding to what it's in his head. So I mean, I said the other day, it'd be like something in a horror film, you know, where you've got this lovely person, say a receptionist at a hotel, and there's some weird stuff going on, but the receptionist is always lovely and polite. How are you? Is your day going all right? They're always just talking to someone in the office next to them. And then, of course, later in the film, you realise there was never anyone in the office, and they were always just talking to themselves. And it turns out that this lovely receptionist has been flipping mentally, you know, fragile all throughout the film. Like, that kind of reveal, that kind of moment, great, you know? So if that's kind of what we're going to do with Randy, and that it's going to turn out to be the voices, I can totally see why that would work, why that would make sense. So, I mean, that, I must admit, that has been growing in my mind as kind of the days have been going by. But yeah, you know, anyone that's been connected with a family. So that's where all the Ric Flair stuff has come from. And who was it? I heard someone say about it potentially being Charlotte. They could use Charlotte. I don't think Charlotte would be very good, though. It would connect to the Flair family, but I don't think Charlotte would really... That's not the direction I would go. I was thinking Triple H Rock at first, and then Cowboy Bob started getting mentioned. So then, you know, I was starting to think about that, and now I'm probably around the voices. So, Jared, shout out to you. Shawn said, if Judgment Day go in the Hall of Fame, would Edge go in as well? That's a good question. That would be one that would have to be decided on. I mean, I feel like no. I feel like Judgment Day ran for a number of years, and Edge was not in with them all that long. Edge was only with them at the very, very beginning for a period of a few months when he gets turned on, and then, you know, ends up kind of going after the Judgment Day. So for me, I don't think he's in with them enough. I think actually Judgment Day, at that point that he gets kicked out, would not go into the Hall of Fame. And that's the argument that you hear about Crush. So Axe and Smash of Demolition, they would go in the Hall of Fame without Crush, and they are. When Crush came in, he was joining an already Hall of Fame team. If you just looked at the time where Crush was with them, would that be enough for them to go into the Hall of Fame? Debatable, but WWE clearly fear the answer there is no. So they've gone Axe and Smash rather than Axe, Smash and Crush. So I think in regards to Judgment Day, I don't think, you know, you can make the argument it was Edge that started the whole thing, so without him there wouldn't be a Judgment Day. You can certainly make that argument, but I think the amount of time that he was with them, I wouldn't say by the time he left they were a Hall of Fame group. I think they become a Hall of Fame group and that can be debatable, but, there's certainly longevity there. And what they did for Dominic's career was, incredible. What they did for Liv was incredible. So it definitely has got big upsides. And, massively helped with Rhea and Damian. Damian got to a world title thanks to being in with Judgment Day. So you can debate whether Judgment Day should go in or not. That's not really the conversation. The conversation is more if they are going in, then who would go in. And I think I would be looking at Rhea, Finn, Dom, Liv, Damian. Don't think Roxanne makes it. JD, hard, isn't it? Probably if you put him in, you'd have to. Roxanne wouldn't make it. Raquel, would she? That would be tricky. She might just make it. But I don't think Edge would, and I don't think Roxanne would. Raquel, I'd be on the fence about. JD would be... It's weird to think if a Judgment Day went in, if JD would go in the Hall of Fame, because that doesn't feel quite right. But I don't know. There are people in, like, with the Von Erichs that, you'd kind of look at and go, I don't think they deserve to be there. So there is actually a history of this where groups go in and certain members of that group you might not feel did quite enough to warrant going in. So there is actually a history of this exact problem. But, I think we can sort of agree on the nucleus of it, and then it would be debatable about those on the edge. Rhea was the biggest star in Judgment Day, and it made her a top woman in the company, says Kader. Edge was only in Judgment Day for like a week, says Kader. We could maybe concentrate on filling gaps between Daisy's streams on Thursdays and Sundays, said William. Is that for the Discords? What do we think about the Fatal 4-Way for the women's tag match? I think it's okay, but I'd chuck a ladder in there. I think it'd be better if there was a ladder in the mix. Jim said Edge wasn't in Judgment Day long enough. Are people into antique cars? Maybe I could do an antique collection channel, says Sonny. I honestly, I think wrestling would be the best thing for the Discord to focus on, because that's the one thing that definitely brings us all together. Rather than trying to find something else that we're all into, you've got that thing that connects us, and that's wrestling. Like, wrestling connects us. Our love for wrestling is what brought us all together. So I would say that is obviously the starting point. Like, that's what everyone's interested in. WWE. So I'd look into digging into that. Jim said you could also argue it was the wrong group of horsemen that went into the Hall of Fame. Jim, shout out to you. Yeah, as we say, there is a history of that. I don't remember who they put in for the horsemen though. Who do you think should have gone in? Rather than me searching it up, I'd much rather just get your take on it. I genuinely can't remember what version of the Horseman we ended up putting in. Shawn said, does Carlito go in as a member of Judgment Day? You see, I would say no. I don't think that he was probably around at the right time, but I don't know if his contribution was big enough. I don't know that he is someone... You see, this is where it gets difficult, because you probably shouldn't think this way, but I'm like... It feels a bit like a cheating way to get into the Hall of Fame, because like Carlito, I wouldn't say what he brought to Judgment Day was enough for him to then go into a Hall of Fame. And that's the same I feel about JD, actually. I don't know that JD's contribution was enough for him to go into the Hall of Fame. When I think about like key Judgment Day members, I'm thinking Damian, Rhea, Liv, Finn, Dom. These are the names that for me feel like undeniable key Judgment Day members. That sort of fringe of Carlito, Roxanne, Raquel, those kinds of names, JD, those kinds of names. I don't know if their contributions are enough. I don't know, they weren't all in from the beginning. JD wasn't in from the beginning. Neither was Roxanne, neither was Raquel, neither was Carlito. I know Dom wasn't in from the beginning, but his transformation and the positioning of him in the group is undeniable. He's one of the key Judgment Day members, right? So, I mean, I don't know if you don't just keep it to the core nucleus, those names, and then all the ones that feel a little bit more fringe just miss out. It would feel harsh, because they all play a part, but this would be the decision that someone would have to make. Do you just put them in because, we're just going to put them in, everyone goes in? But we haven't done that with Crush, have we? We haven't put Crush in. So we didn't play that game when it came to Crush. So, yeah, I don't know. Can we honestly say that Roxanne has contributed enough in Judgment Day to now be worthy of going into the Hall of Fame? I would struggle with that. And I would struggle with that with Carlito. And I would struggle with that with Edge. I don't know if the contribution was big enough. So, yeah, it's an interesting conversation. I think I would be looking at that nucleus, the ones that are no-brainers, and then it would come down to a conversation with whoever was in the room, whoever was making this decision. It would come down to, how they felt about it and what came out of that conversation. For me, if I'm just going to be honest right now, I'm not sit on the fence, I wouldn't put in those fringe names. I don't think their contribution is enough. And I don't think this should be a cheaty way to kind of get into the Hall of Fame. I think if you're a Hall of Famer and you've got a ring, then it should really mean something. And I can't make the argument that Roxanne Perez deserves a Hall of Fame ring right now. I think a lot of us would agree that doesn't feel right. So, yeah, for me, I would just put those kind of key core players in. Honorary member, R-Truth. He can go in. He can go in. Okay, Denitria said, Des, where are the Street Profits? Are they not back? Because there's just no use for them. No, I mean, I'm not aware of there being any issues. I mean, I don't know, obviously, what's going on. I mean, we heard about Angelo Dawkins is expecting another child. So, I mean, obviously, there could be some stuff where he's got to be there for his wife a few times, so I know that they're only just having a child, but they've had 2 children previous. So you never know kind of what's going on behind the scenes. Bianca is going through a nightmare at the moment. So, is it that Montez is kind of needing a little bit of time to be with her as she kind of goes through her physiotherapy? It's hard to say genuinely because, I mean, the understanding is there just is nothing for them. Just like how there hasn't really been anything for Rusev. There just hasn't really been anything for Street Profits. So I don't know that it's any more complicated than that. But it sucks, doesn't it? It just sucks. I mean, how this company can't keep tag divisions going. How they just keep spluttering and just stopping. I mean, they're like broken engines where, we're chugging along, something's happening and dead. It's just like, how is this happening? How can you not get this working? How is it that you just cannot get this to function and work? How is it that the tag division is just constantly stop, start, stop, start, stop, start, and is now going through a period of very much stop? I mean, why did we need the belts to be involved in MFTs and Wyatt 6? Why did we need the belts involved in them? What did having the belts involved in that feud actually do, apart from kill the SmackDown tag division? I mean, just killed it. We could have been doing like Motor City and, Damien and R-Truth and Street Profits could have been involved. Why not just have all the tag teams on one show? Maybe SmackDown, because 3 hours is hard to, book. So why not just move all the tag teams over to that one brand, have about 6 teams battling for one set of tag titles, maybe put all the women's tag teams on Raw. So women's tag teams on the one show, men's tag teams on the other show. Great. That way you could maybe have like actual divisions firing and working, and you know, we seem to be able to book one tag division. We can't book two. So maybe just put women on the one show, men on the other show. Done. Simple. Fixed. So yeah, I'm not. I mean, I could sit here and give you, like as I said, maybe some reasons, Bianca or whatever. But I mean, I don't know that there's any issue. I just think that historically WWE just can't keep that plate spinning. Just seems to constantly fall on the floor, that plate, whenever they're trying to keep it going. It's very annoying. Very annoying. It's between Dawkins and Bianca finger problem, said Mister. Well, there could be, as we said, some reasons and stuff like that. But there was a report that there was just no creative for them or Rusev, and they were just keeping them off TV until the creative was back. So I have actually read a report that says that creative played a part. And it was... Because I remember commenting on it and saying, I don't mind this. I don't mind the fact that if we don't have creative for them, we're just leaving them off TV, because I'd much rather do that than just have them doing nonsense little background conversations that don't lead anywhere. I'd much rather just get them off TV and then just bring them back, and then, you know, big reaction, or hopefully a big reaction. Because, oh my God, we haven't seen these guys in months. Here they are. And then bang into a story, you know? So I was sort of okay with it. But yeah, God, it's really gone on a while now. And maybe it's gone on a while because of the Bianca situation and all that. So, you know, certainly could be playing a part. Glockness said WWE could test how much fans really like tag wrestling. They could create a third main roster show only using tag teams. I think the answer would be the fans don't love it. I don't think tag wrestling has ever massively driven numbers or really moved the dial, because if it did, you would see a lot more investment in it. You know, this is why it's always been stop, start, stop, start. And the cost as well, because a tag division requires, like, you know, a lot of people, and you don't get as many matches out of it because each match needs 4 people, right? So that means, like, you're spending double. Yeah, you're spending double on the contracts and hotels, and it's just everything's, you know, bigger, but the returns are not as good. You know, singles championships and all of that seems to drive ratings better than tag championships. But the problem is that the tag championships have just never been sort of held in this kind of high regard. I mean, if you think about like what main events WrestleMania, we never debate as to whether the tag titles are going to be main eventing. You know, they're never in the mix to be main eventing shows. So the kind of perception of the tag titles is they are pretty much mid-card at best. You know, mid-card at best. And, you know, that's okay, but with a lack of importance, and then it being hot, cold, and stop, start, just doesn't work. I think your idea of, okay, let's invest in it in a level that we have never done before. You know, a third brand that's nothing but tag wrestling with tag belts, being like, you know, main events of PLEs and main events of shows. You know, really going to that level and really seeing like what the interest is. You know, I'd be interested in it, but I think the perception is that it wouldn't work. Historically, it's never been a big needle mover. It's never been, not for WWE. I mean, obviously, we've seen in the territories, the Road Warriors, you know, are doing fantastic stuff. And there's been times where the tag division has been red hot. I mean, you think about like Dudley's, Hardy's, Edge and Christian. You think about that amazing time period. And you think back in the day as well with Legion of Doom, Demolition, British Bulldogs, Heart Foundation. Kind of think about that period as well. And you don't even have to think too far back to, was it last year we were doing the TLC match with Street Profits, Motor City, Fraxium, you know, Pretty Deadly in the mix as well, DIY. That was great, you know. I mean, that was like a really exciting time, and it showed you a flicker of what could be achieved. So I'm certainly not down on your idea. I don't think it will happen because I think the belief is that it's never been a major needle mover. But then equally, the flip side is it's never had that level of investment. So if you give it that investment, what would the outcome be? So, but it's just such a shame to see where it is right now. It's just such a shame to see that it's basically dead. I mean, maybe they can do something with R-Truth and Damien as champs, and perhaps this can be the start of a rebirth. But those tag titles being kind of on the MFT Wyatt feud has just killed that division. And then on the other side, the belts are on the Usos, and there is no division. I mean, who are they facing? There's no one really for them to face. They're going to face the Vision, but I mean, that's a team that's just been chucked together. So there doesn't really feel like there's much going on over on the Raw sides, apart from Usos' Vision, and doesn't really feel like there's anything going on the SmackDown side. Both divisions just feel dead right now, but both divisions feel like they've got potential as well. Jared said, I've got a horrible feeling that Oba has gotten the better of Lesnar twice. We know WWE too well. It makes me think that Lesnar is going to win, which annoys me, says Jared. Gonna have to wait and see. I mean, I think a lot of people are kind of in the know that would not be the right way forwards. I agree that I understand that like Brock's going to retire at SummerSlam. Do you want him to lose at WrestleMania? It's a conversation we've had. Just doesn't feel right to have Oba lose. I think at worst it should be a no contest, double count out. Just, do you know what I mean? Like two monsters going at each other. It might be seen as a bit of a screwy finish. But if you really have to protect Brock because you don't want him to be losing before he retires, then that's maybe one of the best things you can do. You know, double count out, no contest, match never quite gets started. We saw that with Jacob and Cody at Saturday night's main event. Maybe you do that where they come down to the ring, but before the bell sounds, they start beating up on each other. Just do this big brawl. Just make it real hot, real exciting. Commentary table gets destroyed, ring steps being tipped over, flipping barricades are falling down, someone's getting smashed into the ramp, and you know what I mean? Heyman's getting caught up in it as well. Loads of security coming down. Like, just go to town with it. I think I would think they would do that before having Oba lose. Oba lose has got to be the absolute. Well, I don't want to say the very, very, very last thing they would want to do, but I've got to think there's other things they would want to do first before that. All you need to do is have a set of tag titles. That's all they should do. It's an easy fix. Have one set of tag titles. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you. I agree. I don't think we have enough teams, good teams, to worry about needing two whole divisions. I just think put your best teams into one division, probably be about 6 teams. Even if it's 7 teams, 8 teams, I don't care, right? I mean, you could make an argument there's like 7, 8 people trying to win the IC belt, 7, 8 people trying to get the United States belt. Like a division of 7 or 8 people or teams doesn't really make a difference. So even if it's 8 all trying to go after one set of belts, it's only going to make the belts more prestigious because there's a lot of teams trying to get them. Yes, it means that you not only need to book for the champs, but you need to book at least a secondary match to try, like, you know, some other feud that's happening. So yes, you are going to have to commit to showcasing tag wrestling in a couple of matches on the show. But certainly where SmackDown's 3 hours at the moment, I think that you can find a way of getting that in. So I'm not down on it, honestly. I'd be quite down for just the one division, even as I said, if it results in it being a sizable division. William said, Days, don't dismiss this. Okay. Would you do a watch along for a WWE program where you win a date with Vince McMahon? Yeah, sure. Why not? It would be so controversial, and my mind would be so blown that WWE would do such a program. I think that actually a lot of people would tune in just to see if it was real and just to see like what the hell is this? You know, it'd be one of those that you'd be like, I can't believe this is happening. Yeah, I'd want to see it to believe it was happening, because with him being so caught up in like legal issues and all of that, I can't say that I wouldn't watch that first episode. Now, maybe I would watch that, and if I'm watching it, I'd want to stream it, right? If I was watching that first episode and I was just so like, okay, it's happened, this is actually happening, and I'm watching it, and there's Vince and there's a load of girls, and this is an actual thing, I might be so appalled by this thing that might be it. So I might do episode 1 and then just be like, no. I wanted to know if this was just real, and it is, and I can't believe what I'm watching, and I'd want to sit and see your reactions. I'd want to see what social media was saying. That's my honest answer. My honest answer is not, oh no, I'd never touch it. I would want to see it to believe that it was actually happening. There is no way I could ignore that. I don't think anyone could ignore that. I think everyone would want to know, have they done this? Are they really doing this? This is one of the most stunning, crazy, bad PR moves I've ever heard of. But we don't need to worry about that, because I really don't see it happening. You're welcome for that thought, says William. Thank you, William. What does Javon do at Mania, said Wrestle Relics. Believe that he's going to go in the IC match. That was in our breakdown. He spoke during a commercial break. He seems to be setting his sights on the Intercontinental. I don't understand what they're doing with Wyatt's and MFTs, said Ads. We got a new picture a few weeks ago that went back to them coming out and facing them. The drawing just seems pointless now. What, the picture of Solo and the lantern and whatever? I gotta be honest, I got asked this question the other day, why don't I do Wyatt 6 videos? I wouldn't even know what to do a video on, because this is a group that is so clearly not being invested in to the level that we hoped. That there is nothing here for me to get excited about or speculate about. I don't think this is leading to anything. I didn't think that picture was leading to anything. That to me was just a warning of give us back our lantern, otherwise this is going to be your future. And obviously they'll get that lantern back before things get that far. So to me, that picture was just literally nothing but a warning, right? And someone asked this question the other day, why don't you do videos on Wyatt 6? And I was genuinely thinking, like, if I did, what would I even talk about? What would I even say? Like, what would I say? This sucks. This isn't what we wanted, is it? You know? Kind of hoped that this was going to be a little bit more interesting. At the moment, we've just got a whole lantern being stolen. And they're trying to convince us that it's sort of changing Solo, but there's not really any evidence of that. I mean, Solo, to me, isn't acting any different. I mean, Solo has always been, like, heelish and kind of snappy. I can't say that I've seen any difference in him. I mean, maybe if he was, like, staring off in the distance and just wandering away, we'd be like, oh, this is interesting. But we're not even doing that. We just had Solo kind of snapping at the MFTs, something that I've seen him do before. And Tama went, you should give that lantern back. It's changing you. And I thought, no, it isn't. No, it isn't. What are you on about? So, I mean, it's interesting that Tama said that, because clearly WWE want us to think that it's changing him. I don't know. What would you even talk about? It sucks. The whole thing sucks. This should be so much more interesting, and we should be digging into the characters more. And it's just, there's no point praising something that doesn't deserve to be praised. There's just no point. We all want it to work. I want it to work. But it's okay to say, this isn't what we're looking for, This isn't what Nightbird sort of promised. We were sold a bill of goods that is just not what it is, you know? It's a little bit like seeing this chair on Amazon going, oh my God, that chair, that is amazing. I love that. I'm going to buy that. And then it arrives and it's that big. And you kind of go, God damn. God, that ain't what I bought. That's not what I thought. You know, we were sold something for Nightbirds, and then when it arrived, it was that big. So, very frustrating. I hope that, you know, we get the group that we always wanted. I hope that we get the character depth and the really interesting stories and the teases of something new arriving. And there is so much that you could do with that group. So much. I mean, just dig into how does Nikki feel about Loomis? How does Gacy? I mean, is Gacy a hothead? You know, is Gacy someone that acts first and thinks second? And is that going to get the group into problems? And is that going to upset Rowan? And, you know, Rowan, is he like the elder statesman? Is it that what he says goes? Clearly, Bo is the leader, but, you know, perhaps the wise owl of the group is actually Rowan. What's their personalities? What are their character traits? How do they interact with each other? Where do they live? What do they want to achieve? Why are they doing this? You know, what's their goals? Is this the family that they could never quite find? I mean, I'm guessing so. But, like, now that they've got that, what are they going to do with this? So, I don't know. There's just so many questions. No answers. The whole thing sucks. It's not what any of us were looking for. And can only just live in hope. That's all we do, really, is just live in hope that it's going to get better and it's going to become the thing that we all wanted it to be in the first place. Sonny said, Days community, if you have got any feedback for the Discord, then click on this link right here. Ping, 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 ping. Gauntlet said, can we all agree that the Wyatt 6 is boring and they've not lived up to the hype? Well, I can agree with that, yes. Shining Wizard said, I don't know why you need a lantern with an LED bulb. Good question. Chris said, it's so unfortunate that the video for the Wyatt 6 would be a minute long. If the lantern was changing solo, it should have started right away when they stole the lantern. Yeah, I'm with you. To be honest, we should have started with that lantern, like you said, at the very beginning, and really presented the lantern as being the guiding light. This is his lantern. You know, this is what connects us to him in this moment and every moment. And, you know, he is guiding our way. And, you know, that kind of talk and that kind of backstory, you know, you do that at the very beginning. And you know, you make out that lantern is important. WWE always, well, I don't want to say they always do this, but they did this with the friendship bracelet, where there's no mention of it before, and then it gets stolen, and then they treat it like it's the most important thing in the world, but you haven't done any of the groundwork for that. It's literally just like when that friendship bracelet was took, I'd never seen it before. So to me, it was like, I don't know that he's going to care, you know? I mean, it turned out he'd had it a few weeks before from a fan. And, you know, have you seen how many friendship bracelets there are in the world? Have you seen how many friendship bracelets people have, right? I mean, that exact same fan could just make another one and just send him another one. Just hit her up online. I mean, yeah, I get it. It's annoying and it's okay to go, I want it back. But, like, for it to be this, you know, kind of like cornerstone of their flipping feuds was just really annoying to me. Because they'd done none of the back work, none of the, you know, kind of backstory. This was not something he'd had for years, given to him by someone that's no longer with us, right? This was a fan that gave it him 2 weeks ago, and he's probably got another billion, right? Similar, with AJ and Larry's name on, right? I can't imagine that's the only friendship bracelet that's ever done that. So, That was one that I was not crazy about at the time. And again, it was because why am I meant to care about a friendship bracelet that probably costs less than $1 that can easily be remade? The same person that made it can send you a replacement. And he's only had it a week or two. How can it have sentimental value in such a short space of time? This is not a treasured possession he's had for years. And the exact same thing with the lantern. Now, I can believe that was Bray's lantern and that it was his. But they haven't told me that. Like, they haven't pointed that out. Like, they haven't done any of that work. And they've certainly done no work to tell us that it changes people. I mean, I think that WWE want to kind of stay away from that because they don't like the supernatural stuff. So they don't want it to really change people. They just want a hint that it changes people. So it's not, I don't even think it is changing him. So it's just kind of in that grey area where if he is acting a little different, is it the lantern? Is it? You know, that's a nice place to be. I like that place. So if you want it to be the lantern, it can be. If you don't want it to be the lantern, it doesn't have to be. Kind of works for everyone to be in that grey area. It's where the Undertaker operated a lot in that grey area, which I always loved that about him. And I think like this lantern can be similar. But yeah, we've done no backstory, no groundwork for this. So, I don't know. I don't know. It's just not good, is it? It's not good. Shining Wizard said there's a Wyatt 6 storyline in 2K and it's so simple, but it's really good. I can't see how a video game developer can make a better story than a multi-billion-dollar company. Well, it's because they care. I genuinely don't think that creative care about the Wyatt 6. I think they're a group that came in and we did the whole Nightbird thing. I think Nightbirds was, because it was driven by Rob Fee and not by WWE Creative, it was two goods. And that's, I blame Rob Fee. Rob Fee did Nightbird two goods. Because if WWE Creative had done it, it would have been average, nowhere near as exciting. And actually, the group that we get would have made a lot more sense. The problem is, the mind of Rob Fee and Bo that got together and did Nightbirds, they're not the ones that get to book the group. Rob Fee does vignettes and, you know, kind of looks at presentation and kind of looks at character development, right? But if you are not needed, if Rob's not needed, he doesn't work with you. So I don't think they've had time for the Wyatt 6. It's not like the Wyatt 6 are getting lots of slots on the show. It's not like they're getting lots of backstage segments. If they were, we could get Rob to then do the things that he does. But actually, the Wyatt 6 will just get, like, an interruption, you know? They might get a little interruption in the show, and then we'll do a Bo promo, which is normally pretty straightforward, and then they might attack the MFTs, and that's it. There's not really anything there that Rob Fee needs to be involved in. So we had one guy do Nightbirds, and then we had WWE Creative book the run, and they're two completely different things. This one's amazing, this one sucks. So, yeah, it's really annoying that, like, Nightbird was so good, so effective, really hooked us. We did loads of content for it, and then the run that has followed has been nowhere near as compelling. So, I genuinely think that WWE Creative just don't have them as being, like, this major act, which Nightbird sort of teased they were going to be treated as. I think the truth is they just see them as a mid-card act. They're just a mid-card group that, you know, can go after tag titles. Maybe someone will go after Nikki can go after the women's US championship. You know, someone can go after the United States championship. Maybe at some point, someone can trouble a world title. But I don't know when we get to that, right? Who's going to do that? Gacy? Loomis? Rowan? It's going to have to be Howdy, isn't it? But I mean, Howdy doesn't feel anywhere near a world title. So, not what we were sold. I agree that they don't care about them in the same way they just didn't care about Cross, said Ads. That's true. Rob Fee also did White Rabbit, said Alex Bliss Gamer. He was great. I wish he could book them, to be honest, because if he was booking them, then I think we would get the segments that we want. I think we would get that character depth, and I think we'd get that kind of... I mean, I don't even know what's going on with Alexa, just, you know, because of Alexa Bliss Gamer being around. I mean, she came back in, early 2025. Here we are now getting into WrestleMania 2026. I mean, it feels like probably we're going to do Alexa Charlotte, I would imagine. Normally these groups break apart and, you know, they end up going up against each other. I think we've long believed that was going to be a match we were going to get. Maybe post-Mania we start doing that. Maybe SummerSlam is going to be Alexa Charlotte. I don't see the Wyatts needed for that. Unless Charlotte goes and gets a couple of girls and Alexa needs a bit of support. Then you could maybe bring Nikki Cross into the story. Which I wouldn't be down on. But at the moment, like, they are just not in each other's orbit at all, are they? We don't have Nikki popping up in the background of Alexa's segments, or we don't have Alexa looking off in the distance, kind of getting distracted, or, you know, the logo flashing up behind Alexa. I could see them doing that again, where the logo appears on the screen behind her and she just momentarily just kind of, you know, looks away and then kind of comes back. I can see them doing things along those lines, but we haven't done any of that. I mean, again, you know, you can always start those things whenever, but it's been a while, isn't it? Kind of thought they would have got Alexa kind of in the orbit of that group by now, so... But then plans changed, didn't they? I don't think they expected Charlotte and Alexa to be together as long as they have. I think they've been together a lot longer than they anticipated, actually. Jared said, are we going to see a face turn with Fallon tonight? Well, we had this question on the member stream, like, who's going to take on JC at Stand and Deliver? It was a good question as well. It's not one that we've really spent too long talking about. And, yeah, Fallon has been these looks, hasn't there? I mean, she just lost that Speed Championship. So that means that she's beltless. And there's been a few comments about how I can do this on my own type thing, you know, from JC. So you kind of look at that and go, okay, yeah, been a few looks. Don't know if Stand and Deliver's going to be a bit soon because we've got this week, next week, that's it. So is it going to be a case that JC actually goes up against someone else at Stand and Deliver? And then is it going to be a case that Fallon costs JC, or is it going to be a case that, you know, the turn happens at that show? I mean, I think we had an interaction between Kendal and JC. So, I don't know, do we do Kendal and JC again at Stand and Deliver? And then does Fallon turn there? Definitely feels like JC Fallon is on the horizon. And we've got a lot of baby faces. It just depends. You know, is Sol Ruca going to be free? I think she's been in a bit of a feud with Kelani, hasn't she? So she might not be. It might be... sorry, Lola Vice, I mean. Is Lola Vice going to be free? So, you know, but she's been in a feud with Kelani, so maybe not. If she is, she can always get another shot. Is there going to be Jada Parker? Is she going to be free? You know, she's been doing stuff with Blake Monroe. But again, you know, are there all these girls going to be facing each other at Stand and Deliver? Maybe not. So if they're not on the Stand and Deliver card in that feuds, then, you know, maybe we get one of those going after the champ, and then that's where Fallon turns, you know. I do think the Fallon turn is coming. I would look at Kendal again. I think they really like Kendal. And I could see them giving her another opportunity at that championship. She seems to be around JC backstage. So I don't think it's going to take too much to get to a Kendal JC match. But yeah, I mean, we could get Fallon turning tonight. And then, you know, bang, we get to Stand and Deliver. I just don't know if it's a little bit too soon. We got this week, next week, that's it. It's, I think, the 4th, isn't it? So, I mean, it's really, really close. It's not this Saturday, it's next Saturday. Stand and Deliver. So that's a lot to try and fit in. You got to do the turn, and then you got to do the challenge for Stand and Deliver. So if you turn her this week, then you got next week to do the, I'm sick of being in your shadow. I'm calling you out. You, me, Stand and Deliver. So we got to move, haven't we, really? If we want to do that, then yeah, you're probably going to have to do the turn tonight. Miss Dale Jr. said, do we think some people in the IWC always hate the WWE product for no reason? It's okay having opinions and criticising, but being downright negative makes the IWC toxic. Yeah, I think you've got a mixed bag, genuinely. So, I mean, I'm a massive WWE fan. I love WWE, and we do a lot of criticising. Our criticising, I think, comes from a good place, though, of us like genuinely wanting to see the product be better. The way I compare it is that you support a team, and you want your team to be the best, and you want to see them winning. And there's no harsher critics than the supporters of a team when the team is underperforming, right? They're kind of going off about the players, going off about the manager. They're not going to walk away from the team, though, because they want to see the improvements. I think, like, where you get people, when things are good, and I'd say this builds to WrestleMania has been a big improvement on where we were last year. I would say when things are good, if you're still seeing negativity and criticism, then I'd start to say there's a bit of a problem there, isn't there? I mean, look, not everything's going to work for everyone. So just because something worked for you, it might not work for someone else. But, if you're seeing the same names just constantly criticizing and not saying what they're looking for instead, then, yeah, I'd say that there are people out there that are just, being negative. I mean, don't forget, you've got a lot of AEW fans that are just going to criticize whatever WWE do. And of course, vice versa, WWE fans that are only going to criticize AEW. It's a lot like Democrats and Republicans. It doesn't really matter what Donald Trump does. The Democrats are always going to criticize. And vice versa. It doesn't really matter what a Democrat president will do. The Republicans will always find a way of criticizing. It's a real flaw in the system. Because it means that you'll never get unity, you'll never get harmony, you'll never get united, because these two sides will never be able to back down. And that is the exact same thing with WWE and AEW. You'll never get unity and harmony and everything, because these two sides will never be able to back down, unless someone passes away that we all loved and we can all come together saying, yeah, they were amazing. You won't ever get that kind of unity and harmony. So I do think there are people out there. And don't forget as well, there's a lot of bots. There's a lot of trolls. There was a channel I used to watch from time to time, right? Which was called The Whole Effing Show. And I used to watch it, not because I was like this big fan or anything, but I just found it so interesting. Because this was someone that didn't care about being cancelled, right? They didn't care. They will use whatever word they want to use. They will say whatever they want to say, and they don't mind their language. They don't mind anything, right? They just said whatever they wanted to say. And they were trolls. They prided themselves on being trolls. And I found it very, very interesting to kind of see how they would operate. Imagine a troll, right? Someone that literally just tries to cause harm online. Someone that tries to, antagonize and upset and go after the wrestlers and say stuff that's shocking and truly inappropriate, right, to wrestlers. Like typing all this stuff and sending them these messages. Imagine being able to watch someone that does a live stream that you can sort of see why they're doing what they're doing. And they were doing it, their lives sucked and they just wanted to cause as much hurt and pain as possible. Again, I was not like a fan of it, but I watched it a few times whenever they would pop up. Like if ever if ever I saw that they'd sent a message online and it had got a reaction and they were trending, I would normally tune into their show to see what they would say about it, right? And try and understand why they'd done what they had done. And I found it really interesting. I found it from like why a troll does what a troll does. And I found it very interesting. It really changed my perspective on a lot of stuff when it came to social media. And that was going back a good few years now. I don't think they're active anymore. I don't think they've been active for a while. But yeah, they were kind of doing that, and they were sending horrific messages, just the worst stuff you can imagine to like wrestlers and other fans. But then they would do their show, you know, every few days, and they would talk about it. And, you know, they got a kick out of just trying to cause pain and hurt people. And you've got that out there as well. And they are far from alone. Far from alone. I mean, you've got people that have going through really rubbish stuff, and the way they get their kicks is to sit there behind a keyboard and just cause as much, you know, get it out their system. So I think there's a lot of bad faith. I think there's a lot of bad faith that's out there. I think there's a lot of trolls that are out there. I think there's a lot of bots that are out there. I think there's a lot of AEW fans that are pretending to be WWE fans that are out there. Well, you see it actually in football. I sometimes listen to like TalkSport, and they'll have people phone up pretending to be like a fan of a certain team, and they're not. They just want to lay into that team. So, you know, you'll have an Arsenal fan pretending to be a Tottenham fan, and they'll call up and they'll say, our team sucks. Our manager needs to go. Our players are rubbish. And you know what? I think our fan base is toxic. And they'll just be going off on their own team and their own fans. And they're not really fans of that team. It's just other fans of other teams, just banter, you know? I would not put it past people for that to be happening. I would not for 1 second be surprised to hear that AEW fans had WWE accounts and were just ripping into WWE, but making it seem like it's WWE fans that are criticizing, right? And vice versa. Again, I have to say this because I would not put it past WWE fans to do the reverse. It's weird. It's weird. There's a lot of weirdness that goes on social media, right? A lot of strange things go on social media. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of that goes on. This is why I think it's really important. And, you know, take me out of the equation. I'm not talking about me, right? But if you can find people and places where you feel like you are getting honest thoughts and you are getting real sort of reaction to things that happen during the shows, and you get in commentary that you think is interesting or thought-provoking, like, if you can find those people and those spaces, I think there is value to that. And I've got a list of people that are that you know, I find to be informative or entertaining or interesting. I've got a list of accounts that I follow, and I don't really deviate from that list. I mean, I do not waste my time kind of going through X in general. I'm not interested. I couldn't give a flip. I promise you, 99% of what you see, I don't see. A lot of the sort of reaction and the chatter, that just general chit-chat that goes on X, I don't see it. I don't use X that way. I've got my list of accounts that I like, that I know are coming from a good place, that are going to be informative, they're going to be entertaining, they're going to share the news that I need to see. They might have some opinions that I'm interested in their perspective on, blah, 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 blah. And I've just got that list, and I stick with that. And I follow the wrestlers as well, of course, so that I can keep up with what they're saying. And X, I've been doing that for a good few years now, and X has become a much more enjoyable place. And if there is an account out there that's putting really good content out that's outside of my vision, you lot tend to tag me in a lot of the stuff that's like, oh, have you seen this? Have you seen this? So it'll get on my radar that way by you lot showing it me, you know? And then if consistently there's an account that keeps being recommended, I'll just add them to the list eventually. And so I just manage it that way. And it's so much more enjoyable. So, yes, I recommend kind of looking into doing something like that rather than just being exposed to everything. And again, you know, some of these people, they could be kids. They could be people that have got into wrestling since the pandemic. It could be people that are casual fans that just watch once in a while. They don't get a chance to watch every week. They just watch, you know, an odd Raw here or there, keep up with the results, watch a PLE, yet they think their opinion is absolutely concrete, right? Even though they've not watched everything. I mean, it's hard for people to do that. But again, would you go to those people and ask for their opinion in the real world? You know, I mean, like, this is where it not all thoughts are equal, not all opinions are equal, because not everyone is consuming the same amount of content. Not everyone is getting the full picture. And so, as a result, you know, you've got that going on as well. Again, you know, does the opinion of an 8-year-old, does that matter equally of the opinion of a 22-year-old? It depends on the subject, but I don't know. Are you going to... Which carries more value, you know? So, it's so strange, isn't it? On social media, you just have no idea. Is it a kid? Is it an adult? Is it a long-time fan? Short-time fan? Someone that watches all the shows? Someone that only watches a few shows? Is it a bot? Is it a troll? You just have no idea. It's the flipping Wild West. So, yeah, that's how I manage it, right? I really try to cut down on the noise, because I think it is just a lot of noise. And so I just have my list and I work from that. Humpty Vision said, imagine if Oba is your first intro to wrestling and you as a toddler and you're strutting. Well, I hope they're doing it right. Lots of people are doing it wrong. I've seen people doing this. Right? I mean, the arms kind of come up to here, don't they, when he walks? And he said a lot of it is in the shoulders, right? When you do the thing. Man, there's people kind of like this, and there's like... I saw a guy on his phone and he was sort of doing that. Now, granted, I get that he had his phone in his hand, but like, I don't know, they showed a clip of all these people in the crowd trying to do it. I don't think a single one was doing it correct for various different reasons. It's not even that hard. So, they'll get there eventually. But yes, I was critical of people not doing the Oberstrut correctly. I mean, Jesus Christ, do you need their opinion? If you can't even do the Oberstrut right, why the flip should I listen to your thoughts on WrestleMania? Eh? That should be question number 1. Can you do the Oberstrut correctly? Yeah. Question number 1, send me a video of you doing the Oberstrut. If you can do it properly, I might listen to what you've got to say. If not, then I'm sorry. I don't think that there's a future for us. Right. How long we got? 18 minutes. 18 minutes. Why is my camera not working? Boom, boom, boom. I can tell you that there was next to no one in Boston that was doing it right. So I've blocked Boston. Chris said, I wish the tribalism would go away. I don't want to deal with that on X, and it makes it better than it used to be. Yeah, I mean, I can sort of understand the tribalism, because I think that there are people that are worried that the thing they love is going to get damaged. So I can sort of, I tried to stay out of it as well, right? But I can understand why AEW fans kind of hype up AEW and kind of go off on WWE, because they feel like they're a soldier in a war where they are putting down the other side and building up their side, and hopefully someone's going to see their comment and choose to watch AEW instead. So they feel like there is an influence there, you know? They feel like there is an ability for them to convince whoever is seeing this conversation, come to our sides. And so I'm not saying it's right, but I'm just saying I can understand why it happens. And I think vice versa with, you know, WWE. WWE fans, they want to, you know, this is what I love. I love watching this promotion, so this is what you should be watching, because if you do, you're going to love it like I do. And so, you know, this is kind of where people are battling each other, and then you get into these big wars and all that kind of stuff, you know. So I understand why it happens, but it's a lot of unnecessary noise. Like, there isn't really much that you're gonna, I suppose in a way it's like doom scrolling, you know. Like, you could read an interaction between a WWE fan and an AEW fan, and, you know, you might get some up from it in the moment, but ultimately you're just wasting your time, aren't you? I mean, at the end of the day, what does it matter? I mean, it doesn't matter. It's just a squabble between two people. It's just like doom. It's just wasting your time. It is like a version on X of doom scrolling. It's just time wasting. So I agree. If you can cut it out, not interact with it, not see it, or, you know, try and focus on something more constructive, then that's, you know, hopefully going to be more interesting. So yeah, it's the Wild West. It's got its pros and its cons when it comes to social media. I mean, we can't say that it's all bad. It's a brilliant way of connecting. I mean, if I think when I was a kid, and I've said this before, the idea that I can sit here and do this and talk to people around the world, that's mental to me. That is mental. If I told my young self that grew up in a, you know, smallish town in the middle of England, that, you know, I'd be sitting here speaking to people in America and Canada and around the world, and we'd be talking about wrestling, and that's what you're going to do in your future, I'd be like, mind blown, you know? It wouldn't even compute. Like, that would be a possibility. I mean, it is stunning where we are. So, you know, progress has got us to where we are. So with a lot of this social media stuff, where you can speak to other people around the world, be it like this, be it like on X, it's fantastic. I really don't want to be too down on it, but there is a side to it which is not really, it's not here. I mean, I don't feel that with you guys, of course. I love our conversations, but X is what I'm talking about. On X, on Twitter, that's where, you know, I do use more filters, and I do kind of stick more to my notifications and my lists. Anything outside of that, I don't do. So it's just something to think about. I found it a much more pleasurable way of using it as a result. Kev said, Days, on April 22nd, I'm getting surgery to repair my pulmonary valve, and I'm a little bit nervous. Kev, shout out to you, my friends. Well, if you've been joining us for a little bit, you'll know that there's people that are kind of going through various different things. You know, there's people that have lost loved ones and have had surgeries or had some bad news, and I can only give you the same advice that I give everyone else, but I mean it when I say it, and that is, like, take it a step at a time. I mean, in regards to this, you know, April 22nd, you've got a bit to go for that. I can understand this being something that's, you know, in the distance, that's like, really not looking forward to this. But, you know, I would get myself a jobs list. I would try and figure out things that I want to get achieved. I'd try and set a few things for after the surgery. So rather than focusing on the surgery, you know, is there something you can treat yourself to that's just beyond that? You know, so whenever you think about that, actually think a few days later, you're hoping to do this, even if it's a month after or 2 months after, you know, kind of setting yourself something in the future that you can look forward to, rather than just you're living in this moment and you've got this horrible thing coming. You know, can there be a great thing beyond that you can then switch your mind over to? Yeah, that's coming, but that's coming as well. And so there's these little things that you can do. And I'm no psychologist or anything, but these are just little things that have helped me in the past, where I've been able to have something bad come in, but then there's something really good on the horizon as well, not far beyond it, that I can then look forward to. And again, you know, jobs lists where I'm getting stuff done, I always feel, and you could be different because each person is different, but I always feel like when I can tick things off a jobs list and when I can see progress is being made and I can see that things are being achieved, I always feel so much better about myself. Like, you know, if I can get that done, brilliant, you know. If I do that, great, tick, on to the next thing. And so I always feel like really good about it. So I suppose it's like also occupying your time so that you're not just sat there just watching this date get closer and that's it, you know. Like, give yourself a lot more things around it where it's not just this one thing that's approaching, and that way, you know, you'll have a lot more to focus on. And hopefully, as we said, you know, some of that stuff can be good stuff as well, and you can be achieving things and have good things to look forward to, and this bad thing just becomes something else that's kind of happening in your life rather than, you know, the only thing that you're focused on. Because I've done that. I've been there. I've got that shirt where something's approaching and I'm really dreading it and it's the only thing I'm focused on and I'm having trouble sleeping and all this kind of stuff, and that's the way that I dealt with it. So I don't know, maybe you can get something from that. Perhaps that can help in some degree, but I wish you all the very best with it, buds. I wish you all the very best with it. Obviously let us know as the date gets closer and once you're past it, but again, I don't really want to spend too much time focusing on it. I would say the best advice I can give is try and get some other good stuff around it. So, Kev, shout out to you, my friends. And Tracy said, Days, I'm going through stem cell procedure. I just want to say thanks for the community and the support. Well, Tracy, shout out to you. Again, hopefully that is, you know, a reflection of what we just said. We do have a lot of people join us that are going through various different things. And there'll be many of you out there that are lurking in the shadows, because we do have a lot of lurkers that are also going through a lot of stuff as well. And it's like, yeah, I wish you all the very best with your various battles and challenges that you're confronting, because I've been there, you know. I mean, not been through some of the exact same stuff you lot have been through, but life throws you those things that you're just dreading, you know, be it surgeries or be it like, you know, having teeth extracted or whatever it might be, and it's a date that's approaching, or, you know, an interview that you're dreading, or, you know, some sort of performance review that you're not excited for. So, you know, there's lots of things that I've had like that in my life, which, you know, I can kind of relate with. But it's one of those where I hope that you can find things that are pleasurable that you can put around it, and you can find your own ways of sort of dealing with it. Some of the best advice I can give, and I gave it to someone the other day, is right now ChatGPT is being used the most to give life advice. People are using ChatGPT more for therapy than for anything else. There are people that sit and just talk to ChatGPT and put all their problems down, and ChatGPT gives them, like, you know, answers and talks to them, and, you know, it kind of really helps them out with, you know, what they're going through. So certainly I am not saying that this is a replacement for an actual therapist, but what I am saying is that if you are really in a point where you like don't know where to turn and you really do feel like I need to get this off the chest, I would say use ChatGPT, because you can put it all down. ChatGPT will respond, and of course it's getting its information from the web, and it's pulling all this stuff from all the, you know, various web sources. I would be hesitant to, you know, completely follow what it's saying without checking with someone first, because you never know where it's getting the information from. But I saw a study that said that ChatGPT right now is being used for therapy more than anything else. There is a lot of people using ChatGPT that way. I would not be against it myself. I've not needed it at this stage, but if I was going through something right now where I just did not know where to turn, and I just really felt lost, and I really just didn't know what to do, I've got to tell you, that is something I would turn to right now. So, again, I don't want to say it's the be-all and end-all or make out that it's, we're not sponsored or anything. But I just read that the other day that that's what it's being used for. So, worth using if ever you find yourself in that position. So, Tracy, shout out to you. Wrestling Russ, shout out to you, my friends. Wrestling Russ said, I might as well get it out now. I've got a biopsy tomorrow on my throat and neck, and I could use those prayers. Love to you all. Well, dude, prayers are being sent to you tonight. Thoughts and prayers definitely to you. Sending them to Tracy, sending them over to Kev, and sending them out to anyone that needs them, genuinely. I'm very fortunate right now where things are okay. I mean, obviously, life can always throw you anything at any time. So it's one of those where right now things are okay. So my thoughts and my prayers can definitely be getting sent out to those that need them, and they can definitely go out to you guys. So Wrestling Russ, I hope it all goes well, buds. And it's nice to see we're getting some thumbs up on that. I'm getting a couple of responses coming into these comments as well. I can't actually leave thumbs up if I click on them, though. I can leave the heart, but I can't leave a thumbs up. I'll send them this way instead. So yeah, Wrestling Russ, I hope it goes well, my friends. Definitely thoughts and prayers being sent your way. William said, Days, you would turn to me because you know that you would hit me up and I would help you forget, and then I would take advantage of you sexually. And actually, William, I've got to be honest, I think deep inside that's what I'd be hoping that you would do. I think if ever I was to get in touch with William and sort of seek comfort from him, you would be naive to not think that he would take advantage of you sexually. So I think that, yes, that is what I would be sort of wanting to some degree, I see you as the community's bear. I think we all see you that way. So, William, thank you. So, yeah, I mean, look, listen. Wrestling Russ, Tracy, Kev. I think the offer is there from William. If you do need to speak to someone, I think William is there. He's all of our bear, right? We can share him round. There's certainly enough of him to go round. So, William, thank you. Thank you. Right. Prayers go out to all. We got this, said Tracy. Come on. Let's go. Okay, we got 3 minutes. 3 minutes. 3 minuten. Right. Jared says, thank you, William. Thank you, William. Robbie said, I watched Dragon Lee against Takahashi, and it was a banger. Love Evil's presentation. I hope they don't change it too much. Apparently they don't want to. No, they said they want to keep it as is. So I don't think they're going to look to change his vibe. If you are watching and you've not left feedback on the Wrestle Feud questions, we do that every few weeks. So it's just stuff that we kind of ask of the members, but the questions are at the top of the chats. So I haven't looked actually to see how many feedbacks we've had so far. Okay, we're doing okay. We're in the 30s. As NXT goes on, that should certainly get somewhere. So might be a bit touch and go if we get enough to get to 100. I don't know. I'll keep an eye on it. But yeah, if you've not seen, you can click the link at the top. There are 4 questions, and I can tell you what they are in advance so that there's no surprises. So, who is the best wrestler to never main event WrestleMania? Who is the best wrestler to never main event WrestleMania? What do you think the most shocking women's moment in WWE history is? What is the most shocking women's moment? Some thinkers here. They're good questions, but a few that you might have to think about. Who is the best ever WWE backstage interviewer? So obviously we've got the likes of, Jackie Redmond, Kathy Kelly right now. We've seen Megan Morant. We've seen Sarah Schreiber. We've seen Kayla Braxton. Back in the day, you could say Mean Gene. Maybe Sean Mooney, Doc Hendricks. Michael Cole was doing it, wasn't he, for a considerable time. There's quite a few, actually, when you kind of start digging into it. So, who's the best ever WWE backstage interviewer? And then the last one is, who is the best WWE wrestler to wear a singlet? So, you know, that's kind of the ones. It can be kind of like the Andre type from WrestleMania 3, or it could be the Kurt type where the straps come down. So, who's the best wrestler that wore a singlet? So that's kind of like the all-in-one top and bottom. It's kind of the thing that you see Maxine wear. You know, she puts the straps down. So those are the 4 questions that we've asked, and we need to get as many feedbacks on as possible. So get your thoughts in. Okay, we are about to get going. Shining Wizard said Alfred Hayes was so out of his depth. Rob Van Dam, one of a kind. I love those questions. I mean, once I have kind of got the members side sorted with the change that we're making soon, going 5 days a week, I need to start, you know, getting more of those Wrestle Feuds edited, because the plan was always to get them out as little shorts. So I still need to do that. I've got them all. I've got all the files and everything for them, but I just cannot get the time to flip and do them. So you will see these things eventually one day. Okay, here we go. We are about to get underway with NXT. We are inside the Performance Center. This is our last normal show before next week's go-home show for Stand and Deliver. So we do need to be making some progress tonight if we are going to be standing and delivering. Okay, so we're just seeing in the crowd, and we're just seeing what went down last week. Video recap, said Glock Ness. Mr. Perfect selling was the best in the game, said Charlie. Jared said, William would love you in a singlet, says Jared. To be honest, buddy, he'd love me in anything. He'd love me if I was in a bin bag, because what me and William have is true love. Days, everyone. Hello, Shawn. Who's ready for the best night of WWE programming, NXT? I hope that everyone else is well. Steamboat, China, winning the IC, and Sir Lord Alfred. Oh, okay. So, love that. Make sure you get it on the actual form, though. I love that you're putting the answers here, but I'll love it more if you put it on the form. Wrestler Danny said, Days, Wren Sinclair's music is like what you would hear when you're boarding a plane. I don't know if I can remember it. I might need to hear it again first. I can't say that it's made an impression on me. If you want to talk about Fatal Influences music now, that's a conversation. That has definitely made an impression on me. Okay, last week Booker got his recognition, and then that recognition was interrupted by Keanu Carver. You know they so wanted to attack Booker. I wonder if he was like, nah, I'm not doing that. I wonder if he like shot it down. I don't know. It definitely feels like he should have got pushed over at very least. Yeah, main event, steel cage match last week. Tatters in there against Izzy. Both of these women are going to do really well on the main roster. Tatum in particular, just love her character work, love her facial expressions, the selling. She does a great job of really getting across, like, how deep she digs, you know? Oh, yeah, and then she got pulled down to hell by Blake. If Blake's going into a feud with Tatters, then, you know, does that mean that Jada is free? Because Jada's been in a feud with Blake. Shiloh wants to go first. Here's Tatum. Oh, Blake's got the belt. Shiloh and Tatum are pretty fun. Here's Briggs. Oh my god, it's all happening. Kendal Gray and Wren Sinclair are coming out. Kendal. Bow, bow, wow, bow. Okay. I'm really curious to see the result of Tatum being dragged to hell. Blake going for the title, said William. Yeah, I believe so. I'd imagine so. Okay, so we got some Grey Grap starting us off. This is going to be the women's tag match. So, Wren QCC versus Fallon and Lainey. Oh, everyone shut up. Everyone shut up. I flipping love this theme, you know. So grown on me. I don't remember being, like, blown away with it when I first heard it. I remember liking it. I like this group. I like this theme. You know those, if you were sat at a table, which table would you sit at? And they normally have a load of, like, wrestlers, like Bloodline over here, blah, blah, over there. I'd sit at the flipping Fatal Influence table. Why would you not? I mean, you'd end up paying for everything, but... Jared said, the fact this is starting first, are we getting the turn? Well, Jace is out there. Oh, yeah, man. I've been so impressed with Lainey as well. Lainey has really shot up in my estimation. I wasn't crazy about her when she first joined this group, and I'm still not totally sold that she fits the vibe of the group, but I think Fallon and Lainey work quite well together. Whoa, big boot coming in. Okay, knee right across the throat there of Wren. We're starting out hot with Fallon and Wren. Wren going over. One, just a one. Fallon kicks out. Bill, man, I love them shots. Her right hands I flipping love. Wren down on her knees and Fallon going over, grabbing her. She's going to look to get her against the ropes. Wren holds on to the rope. There's a back elbow there. Leg sweep. Lainey goes down. Nice kick there by Wren. Oh, big forearm. It's a big forearm. It's a big scream. Screaming over. I mean, every time she's charging in and she's like yelling, boom. It just keeps the energy high. Against the ropes. Bang. Going for the pin. One. Yeah, love it. Against the ropes goes Wren. She takes Lainey over. Lainey against the ropes. Kick there by Kendal. Wren. Drop kick. Into the midsection. Wren jumps over that top rope, rolls back. Kick, though, to the midsection by Lainey. Big shot to the back. Headlock, takeover. Backstage, we've had... Is that Elio? Okay, Elio is down. Knight is down. Okay, so they're getting taken out, aren't they? Elio is down. There's no cast on his arm or anything like that, though. So, I mean, if it was a broken arm, I would imagine they'd have had him in a cast by now. So, Elio down backstage. Eli down as well. They've both been attacked. Don't be one of those. Don't speculate. Fallon in, grabbing Lainey. Lainey being chucked over. Shot coming in there by Wren. Wren trying to battle back. Kick coming in there by Fallon. And Wren goes down. I'm in love with Blake Ely, says William Days. Did you see the Usos tweeted? I've sent it over to you, said Eric. What have they said? Oh, going for tag, roll up. Oh, nice, straight over. Eric, thank you. The Usos, a couple of hours ago, said, Us will buy you another crown, let it go. Oh, right there, referring to Xavier. So that's interesting because Xavier was a little bit down on the fact that Roman was being cheered. So Usos have responded to Xavier and they're like, let it go. We'll buy you another crown. Okay, Elio had been in a sling following an injury at a live event. We have yet to confirm the extent of the injury or how it's going to impact tonight. So that coming from Fightful Select. Well, we're getting a bit of an answer there, aren't we? So it seems like it's been jumped backstage. That's going to write him out. Oof, looks like I've had a few notifications since I did today's Unseen. Okay. Wren in the corner. Elbows coming in there by Fallon. Okay, Fallon in control. We are at commercial break. Usos will buy a plastic crown at a local bottle shop, said Shiny. That would be funny. Imagine if next time Xavier's backstage, they give him one of those. Okay, Fallon with a clothesline. Wren goes down. Okay, Wren is down in the middle of the ring. JC on the outside. The pace of this has slowed down since we've gone to commercial break. Fans are still making noise, though. Fallon in control with Wren. Don't know when we last saw Kendal in. Shot to the midsection. Wren is coming back. Coming back just as we're starting to get close towards coming out of this commercial break. Boot coming back there by Fallon. Fallon has got Wren against the ropes. Kick coming into the midsection. Fallon. Oh. Wren against Fallon in a singles match. I'm here for that. Another shot coming in. Like proper, not like a speed thing. Kendal Gray chants. Matteo said, Days, hope you're doing well. Let's hope we get a good show tonight and a good surprise in the Gauntlet. Yes. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this show, and it started off really well. I love Fatal Influence, and I'm really enjoying this match. Oh, that's great. Lovely work by Lainey. 1, 2, shoulder up. Lainey going over, yelling at Kendal. Lainey goes down. Lainey back up, going over, grabbing a hold of Wren. No, lands on her feet. Oh, she missed with it. Lainey is selling something that didn't connect. Lainey is grabbing a hold of the boots. Yeah, I'm glad she didn't sell that one. That one missed by a mile. She's got her up. Back body drop. Lainey down. Wren going to try and make the tag. Fallon wants to be tagged in as well. Tag's going to be made. Hot tag to Kendal. She's in. Fallon's in. Bang, back elbow. Down goes Fallon. And again. Lovely. Belly to belly. Hot tag. Straps coming down. Straps coming down. Lovely suplex. Fallon goes back in the corner. Kendal charges him. DDT. Kendal 1, 2. Kick out there by Fallon. Kendal charging in. Back elbow there by Fallon. Fallon against the ropes. Boots. No. Kick. Super kick. Wobbly. She's got her up. Oh, on that rope. Oh, into a seat. Oh, God, that's so nice. Some really good tag work here. I'm loving watching Kendal. I'm a fan of Wren. Loving what I'm seeing from Fatal Influence. 1, 2. Oh, was that a 3? That felt like it could have been a 3. Maybe should have been a 3. Ah! On the outside, double clothesline. Wren goes down. That felt like a 3. Lol, said William. Referee, said Millennial. It's got her up. Oh, stunner by Kendal. Lainey in the ring, stumbles back. Kendal against the ropes. Moves out the way. Oh, my God. I flipping love it. I wonder if she meant for that kick to connect. So she went for a kick. It didn't land, and she just pivoted into a back elbow. She's looking for an armbar. Lainey tries to get the pin. Kendal kicks out. I flipping love that move that I just saw. Oh, lovely takeover. It's kind of Asuka-esque. Jumps up, grabs the arm, takes the arm down. Fallon tried to make the save, but Wren prevents it. The final wrench. There we go, tap out. Wren was dealing. It's a win for the Wren QCC. It's a great match. Do you know, there's a moment in there, I love it. Kendal runs over to Lainey, throws a kick to the midsection, doesn't land it. Doesn't look like it landed. I don't even know if it was meant to land. But it's one of those where before Lainey could even sort of react to the kick, she throws this kick and then pivots immediately into a back elbow. So if you think about what she's dealing with, there's a kick coming in. It doesn't land. So whilst your head's going, oh, she's not kicked me. Before you can even process that, you're getting elbowed in the head. It was so quick. It was so good. I don't even know if the kick was meant to land or not, or if it was just a distraction, but I hope it was a distraction. Ugh, that was so satisfying. There's so much wrestling we watch that is just nowhere near as satisfying as that was. Okay. Lola wants to get her hands on JC. Kendal wants to get her hands on JC. Here is Robert Stone. Lola, Kendal. Is it going to be winner faces JC? There we go. That's what we're doing. Well, JC can't be sad about that, can she? She was always going to have to defend the flipping belt against someone. Kendal, Lola. Kendal, Lola. Not down on it. Okay, here's Sol Ruca. Oh, I'm so satisfied. I am so deeply satisfied with that opening match. It was a pleasure to watch. I'm going to type that. I'm actually going to put that on X. It was a pleasure to watch Wren Q CC versus Fatal Influence. And I'm going to put applause emojis. 4 of them. 1 for each girl. Because all 4 girls deserve the clap. Right. I love NXT, said Cooper. Alfie said, Days, I'm fuming that I missed the Kendal Grey Graps. Oh, and there was some good Grey Graps in there as well. Kendal still doing Kendal things. The only down part of that match was during the commercial break. It slowed because they do. And then as soon as it came back for commercial break, it just picks back up again and it's just fireworks. It's really good. Love the pace. I mean, from the very beginning, it was fast, you know? Really quick. Love the, you know, there's like, like Fallon, especially, making those noises that's just like effort, work. And the pace was really quick. They did like some good hot tag moments with Kendal. A couple of moments, there was an Inzaguri that looked like it missed by about 2 miles. And again, that kick to the midsection, I don't know if it was meant to be a distraction because it didn't land. I hope it was a distraction, because if it was a distraction, that's next level. Throwing things that you don't even intend to land, but you're throwing them because you're hiding another move very quickly behind, is like next level psychology. Like, that's mental to me. Normally we see people just doing moves and sequences of moves, but to fake a kick to the midsection so you can hide the spinning back elbow. Oh, God. Give it me. Do it again. Do the match again. I'll watch that match a second time right now. Loved it. Seems like you need a cigarette after that match, said WrestleBuzz. Genuinely, the best match I've seen since Bayley Flammer. Yeah. Bayley against Flammer, I was also really into that. And I don't think I've seen a match since Bayley Flammer that I've enjoyed as much as what I just saw. Yeah. That to me was better than anything I saw on last week's NXT. And last week's NXT had a lot of really good stuff on it. But yeah, I did. I really enjoyed that. And it seems like you lot did as well. We're currently floating around the great score. So seems like that opening match has got us off to a great start. Plus, you know, because we are so close to Stand and Deliver and the card is not really there at the moment, we've got so much work we need to do on this show. I mean, there is so much we need to do. I mean, we just found out what we're doing with the Women's Championship, which is obviously really good, but there's so much we need to make progress with. This is going to be a show that's going to have to be go, 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 isn't it? It's going to have to be go, 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 go. Okay, we're back in 40-odd seconds. Aubrey said, I'm in love with Blakey. Blakey. There was an old man on a TV show here in the UK called Blakey. He was on a show called On the Buses, and he was like quite tall. He had a moustache. In my mind, you mean him. You know, I can't prove that you don't mean him. I wonder if I can find a picture so I can show you who you're in love with. This is Blakey. That's Blakey right there. This is who you love. Inspector Blake. Blakey from On the Buses. You're right to love him. What a lovable face he's got. Amazing. I think you can get a mask if you want to buy a mask. So there we go. Okay, so Ruca's in the ring. I was trying to figure out what to say. Just say you're sorry that the feud between you and Zaria took so long to get to. I just don't buy it. Do you buy it right now? I want to know how the crowd are going to react to this. I trusted her. Okay, we got a bit more fire coming in now. We were a team. I think Soul wants a hug. Hug it out, said Robbie. It's a lot of dialogue to remember, isn't it? I don't know what it is about Soul. I've always liked her promos, and I still do. I think she just puts a lot of soul into them. I'm here all week, folks, said James. She got it all in the ring, but she is lacking promos, said Charlie. She gets that, and she will be maybe one of the best talents to come out of NXT. Oh, they've got such high hopes for her, yes. It's a lot of talking. There's a lot of dialogue here. James said, thanks for the jump. You're welcome, buds. It's cool. It's totally fine. Mate, there's people talking during this promo. It's that long. There's people in there. There's a woman on her phone. There's a woman on her phone. There's people in the crowd. Like, she was just going on and on and on. And that was getting nowhere. That was not a good promo. Zaria should come out and go, I don't know what you just said, because I wasn't listening, and neither was anyone else. Does Zaria need to be a talker? I think that Zaria cue was late, said Wrestle Squash. Do you reckon they were ripping her? She was just having to keep going. Look at them boots that Zaria's wearing. Why the hell she got them on? Doesn't she think this might get physical? If I was going out there with someone that we've got this kind of situation, I wouldn't be thinking I need to wear those kind of heels. Those boots, honest, those platforms, honestly, they're from Elton John R. Us. Welcome to the club, sunshine. This is better from Zaria. Yeah, and he's getting a better reaction from the fans as well. She's putting pauses in. She's letting it breathe. I know you think I don't care, but I do. As long as you are standing, I am never going to. So basically, I've got to get you out my way. This is about me finally choosing myself, and the fans are like, yeah! I mean, I don't know who's meant to be the face and who's meant to be the heel, but Zaria's getting the better reactions. How am I the villain, says Soul? People are booing. Let's boo him. I'm not going to lie. I'm on Zaria's side. Soul getting booed, said Steve. You're too insecure to stand beside me? It's a great line. You're not the villain in my story. You're just the mistake. Gotta tell you, man, I think that promo from Soul was bad. It was just blah 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 blah. I phased out. Zaria came out, started to actually put some pauses in, started to deliver some things and get them to land, and the fans came back on sides. And I don't know what they're trying to build here, but there definitely feels like there's more support for Zaria. Okay, we're backstage with Ethan and Ricky. So clearly we're heading towards a showdown between them two at Stand and Deliver. I'm the one that pinned Joe Hendry. Here's Joe. Oh, we cut off Ricky. Okay, Kelani's coming out. The silent treatment is this generation's barbershop window. Kelani coming out. Wrestling with Andy. Hope you're doing well, buds. Soul's not the victim. She was bringing down Zaria, just like how JC is holding back Fallon, says Nick. Okay, Kelani making her way out, and we have got commercial break. I noticed that Kelani has got a different Tron now, says Alex. Yeah, by the way, that opening match, great 72, so... Thumbs up all round. Soul was speaking the truth, said Word Live Cena fan. These morons just can't handle the truth. Jennifer said, what the heck did they do to Kalani's makeup? Radiated Zombie said, my least favourite NXT star is Kelani Jordan. Congrats to the newlyweds of Kelani and Carmelo, said Shawn. I don't think they're married. I did see a little thing doing the rounds, but... I'm not sure that was real. And then others were saying that it seems to be using some engagement pictures. So, I don't know. You might have seen more than what I saw. I saw a little thing doing the rounds, but I don't know how much it could be trusted. Jarrell said, I mean, could they have not have said that, like, on the phone? Well... I mean, look, I'm okay with us getting their segment because we're clearly going to be building towards a match. So, you know, it's okay for them to do, like, promos with each other. And again, it's also okay for people to not be, you know, killing it in NXT because this is developmental and it's where people are learning. For me, that segment shows that Soul is not the finished article. You know, I don't think her promo skills are remotely close to her in-ring skills. But that's absolutely fine. That's just going to be something, hopefully, that she's working on and, you know, going to improve. It's funny, actually, because how often do you see superstars in the ring on their own cutting promos? It's not that often. Normally, there's, like, a group of people in there. Normally, you know, I mean, Soul is cutting a promo with Zaria right by her side and, you know, kind of... going in and saying a few things, and then maybe JC will say something back, or Soul will say something, and then Zaria will say something. But when you're in the ring on your own and you've got to carry the whole segment, you are in that moment carrying the whole show. I think that probably hits different. I think that is a skill that's, you know, something you've really got to be exposed to. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it, actually? I'd be interested to speak to Shawn about that and to speak to the bookers. When they're booking NXT, are they just booking a show and they don't really think about these things? Or do they specifically try to tick off certain scenarios for every superstar, you know? I mean, it should be, shouldn't it? That if you leave NXT, you've got experience of cutting a promo in the ring on your own, for example. Like, that's something that I think NXT should try and give to everyone before they get called up to the main roster. I mean, you don't want to have to do it on the main roster for the very first time. Like, I've not done this. I mean, for me, NXT would not be doing its job. You can always, you know, get them experience at live events, but it's not the same, is it? As knowing that you're on TV and there's hundreds of thousands of people watching and you're in front of a big crowd and you're carrying the show. So I wonder if they do try to get those kind of moments for them. If there's a bit of a, okay, what does she need? Has she done the in-ring promo on her own? You know, have they done the PLE match? Have they blah, 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 you know, whatever. Ticked off a few things. Because I don't know the last time I saw Soul in a ring on her own doing that promo, doing any kind of promo. And I think that that's quite a valuable experience. And I think it can really be a good lesson learnt as well of like, right, we've got some work we need to do there. Okay, here's Thea, and she's got her new hairstyle, of course. We saw that in yesterday's Unseen. Kelani against... I like the new hair. Okay. Hail, yeah, is what the sign says. Kelani going over the other sides. Oh, nice takedown there of Thea. Kelani on top of Thea. She's throwing in some forearms. Kelani back up. Nice throw there by Kelani, going for the pin too. We're already 40 minutes into this show. It's absolutely flown by so far. Absolutely flown. Okay, right now Thea over against the ropes as Kelani comes in, grabs her. Bang! Face first into the corner. Kelani is a perfect example of what developmental embodies. She came in as a gymnast, started as a white meat babyface, did her underdog storyline, struggling, floating storyline, and now heel, said Shawn. Yeah, again, you know, I agree, ticking off stuff, try being a face, try being a heel, just get experience. There's no point doing the exact same thing again and again and again. Like, experience comes from doing different things and being put into different situations. Up, Kelani. Thea takes over Kelani. Thea grabs the arm of Kelani. Looking for Kimura. Bang, down goes Thea. Oh, Kelani flips over. Jared said, I'm responding to the tweet about the women's match. She's going for that Kimura again. She's back in. Thea goes face first into that turnbuckle. We got Thea chants that are breaking out. Obviously, Kelani heel in this one. Thea is down, split leg, moonsault, connects. That might be it too. And it is it. Thea Hale might have changed her hair, but she hasn't changed her success rates. Boom, look at that. Oh, she's kicking and beating her up after. Big boot coming in. She grabs the arm. Oh, she's working on Thea's arm. Is someone going to come and make a save? Oh, yeah, Jada's made the save. Jada's in. Jada Parker comes down. She's laying out Kelani. Bang, down she goes. So, I wonder if this is going to be stand and deliver. Kelani and Jada. Jared, I just looked and I can't see any comment from you on that post. We're just going back to Booker T appreciation night. Radiate Zombie said, that really peed me off. Why are we making Thea a jobber? All the time she's good. She doesn't get her dues. It's so stupid, said Radiated Zombie. Christopher said, Days, I don't care what anyone says. I think Thea is amazing. Win or lose, she is a great dance partner when it comes to wrestling. I like Thea. I'm with you. I'm not down on Thea. Word Live Cena fan said, do we think it's too soon for D-Rod to be inducted into the Hall of Fame? I think WWE should have put Cyndi Lauper in instead. Well, I don't think it's too soon to put him in. I mean, you know, he was kind of working with the NWO and everything. So, I mean, I don't think it really matters when people go in. I just think there's people that need to go in. So, yes, Cindy should go in. But I don't like getting into the, oh, that person went in, but it should have been this person instead. I think it's healthier to just go, should Dennis Rodman go in? Yeah, he should. So, fine. Okay, the gauntlet's starting now. Okay, I missed what he just gave her. He gave her a piece of paper, but what was on that? Was that her address? Here's Shiloh then. Shiloh requested to be first. I like the smile on his face. I like the energy that he brings. I mean, he wanted to be first. He's come out first. He's got a big smile on his face. It's just hard to dislike him, innit, really? I mean, not that they want you to dislike him, but I'm just saying it's working. He hacked her location from a picture. So he found a picture and then got her location. Shiloh and Tatum remind me of Bray and Alexa for some reason, said Radiated Zombie. Okay, gauntlet match. Who's going to be that mystery person? Let's do that. We could ask that as a question, actually. Don't forget, we've still got that questionnaire. I still need your feedback for that. Let's go and ask the question. Who is going to be the... Let's just see what people think. Who's going to be the mystery person? Okay, we are at commercial break. We are 46 minutes into this show. Future creepy couple or faction right there, said WrestleSquatch. Alfie said Shiloh liked one of my tweets before. I made it. Benjamin said Liv Morgan is the greatest. Shawn thinks it is going to be that New Japan guy. Austin, hello, hope you're well. WrestleRant said Thea has always been a jobber. She legit won a title by accident. WWE took it off her faster than she could take a picture with it. Nick thinks it's going to be Zilla. Stone thinks it's going to be Moose. Jennifer said, considering his pick for Florida House Lost, I'm sure they're hiding ketchup bottles at the moment, said Jennifer. Is that Trump, maybe? Robbie said, I need to invest all my human monies into Grey Grap stock, and I need to figure out how to apply to become a baddie. Matteo said, I think it might be Wrestling Days. Yes. Let's go. Shiloh is very interactive with the fans, says Pats. Wrestle with Andy said, Shiloh moves around like a kid that needs to go to the toilet but doesn't want to tell his mom. That's wonderfully specific. I love that. I've got about 3 different conversations going on, says Jennifer. Jennifer, you do you. You do you. I love seeing the community talk amongst themselves, so you do you, bud. Hello, William. William Wrestling Hub. Our favourite William in the community. Hope you're doing well, buds. Shout out to you. Look at that, William. William Wrestling Hub says, hey, Days. Hey, everyone. What a nice guy. Even our 7th favourite William has said hello to William. That's lovely. That's lovely. I think it could be Evil or Takahashi, says Ryan. Does Danhausen wrestle? He does, but not regular, you know. It's a bit like R-Truth, isn't it? R-Truth, if you think about over the years, it's not like, certainly, you know, I'd say the past, 8 years or so. You know, maybe if you went back a bit further, he wrestled more frequently. But, yeah, I mean, we got a lot of, like, 24/7 kind of appearances from him, didn't we? And, like, you wouldn't get R-Truth in matches that regular at, like, PLEs or even on Raws or SmackDowns. He might have a tag title run. You know, might be in a tag team here or there. But just a lot of backstage segments. You know, popping up, talking about balls. You know, thinking he's in the Judgment Day. A lot of that kind of stuff. So Danhausen's going to be like that. If it is Takahashi, that would be amazing. But I think they would want that as a surprise for Stand and Deliver, says Robbie. Joseph says, WTF are they doing with Thea? She's like a jobber now. Nick said, it's always been a dream for me to see Zilla in WWE, and I've always wanted him to follow in his dad's Umaga's footsteps. Shawn said, did they have a vignette for a mystery person? I've not seen anything. No, they just said that there was a mystery person they've been doing on social media. To be honest, I didn't even bother including it in Unseen because I didn't think it was that big of a deal. But basically, Robert Stone over the weekend has been kind of revealing who's going to be in this Gauntlet match. And it was Shiloh, and it was Jackson Drake, and, you know, it was just people. And so I was like, doesn't really matter. You know, on Tuesday when we watch the show, it's just, we'll just pick it up then. But one of the final names that they revealed was a mystery person. And that was like, oh, that's interesting. So this has just been playing out over the weekend as they've been revealing who was going to be in this Gauntlet match. So we know there is a mystery person in this Gauntlet match, and but they haven't made a massive deal out of it. This is why I don't think it's going to be like a Takahashi or someone like that. I mean, I could totally just see it being someone on the roster. I mean, it might be a Johnny Gargano, or, you know, it could be like a little surprise like that. But they haven't really made a huge thing out of it. Okay, we are underway then. Gauntlet match is going to be Shiloh against Jackson Drake. Jackson Drake losing his championship belts last week. On Evolve. Jared said, I've tagged you in a quote. Hopefully it comes through. Tagged me in a quote. I don't understand. Oh. So we see. Yeah, it didn't come through before. That was all I had. Oh, unless, did you quote tweet it? Maybe you quote tweeted it and I don't see, like, if I click on it, I don't see quote tweets. I have to go in here, don't I, and go to... Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Kit coming in. Sol Ruca is not good on the mic. That's why she has not made it to Raw or SmackDown, said Jamie. She needs a lot of work, and Blake Monroe is just a copy and paste model that needs to learn how to wrestle. Okay, well, we're underway with our Gauntlet. Match number 1, Jackson Drake against Shiloh Hill. Masterback said, I don't trust someone that has a last name for a first name. It should be Drake Jackson, not Jackson Drake. Well, I think you're right to not trust him, to be honest. I think you're right to not trust him. Because he's not a very trustworthy person. Shiloh, definitely the babyface in this one, as we are getting ever closer to the second hour. Brony said, I'm not trying to be mean, but if I look at Jackson Drake and think there's no possible way he's going to get over on the main roster, due to his size. It's unfortunate, but it's true. He just doesn't stand out, says Brony. Back elbow, going for the cover. 1, 2, kick out. Just tuned in. I guess it's not Jackson Drake, said John. Well, it's Jackson Drake in there with Shiloh. Shiloh is up, slamming him down against the rope. I don't know who's going to get the better of this, actually. I mean, I feel like Shiloh probably will. Shiloh, but you could always have outside interference. 1, 2, shoulder up. Jamie said, Sol Ruca even said John Cena said, and then paused and stopped a lot. In WWE, overhyped her, and she under-delivered. Well, I think she's got a lot of hype for her in-ring, and that's where she shines. You know, WWE, I think, are very excited by... What's this? Okay, so we're counting down and bringing down another person. Yeah, I don't hate this. I don't hate this. It's not normal what you see for a gauntlet match. Normally, you know, we get a win and then the next person comes down. But actually, to kind of speed it up, we're just going to bring people down every few moments. Like, yeah, I don't hate that. Yeah, in regards to Sol Ruca, she's a fantastic in-ring talent. Very innovative. Brilliant moveset. Soul Snatcher's one of the best finishers around at the moment. But it's quite clear that, you know, she's still got limitations with her promos. So I don't know if they were aware of that or if that has, like, been highlighted tonight. But, yeah, it's clearly work that needs to be done there. Shot coming back and forth then. So we've got Dion that's in. So Dion has made his way down. Is the same, said Radiated Zombie. Good in ring, but just bad promos. It's one of those that I you know, I would love that job of, like, teaching promos, because I think that it's something that you can unlock. Sometimes a lot of it comes down to nerves and comes down to trying to remember, you know, the amount of stuff you got to remember. And I think if you can overcome those two barriers in particular, a lot of it comes down to the preparation and, you know, being really confident. And so if you can get over those obstacles of nerves and worrying about, like, recalling the amount of stuff you got to say, if you can remove those two, it makes it so much easier. Because then all you've got to focus on is being out there and just, you know, delivering it and putting, like, emotion in. And I'd imagine it's quite fun, actually, teaching promos. Giving that feedback of, you need to let it breathe here. You need something a bit more impactful at this moment. Imagine, like, grabbing that promo and feeding back to Soul, like, this is where you need... That'd be so much fun. I bet it's really rewarding being in NXT and, like, looking back at the footage and giving improvement tips and seeing the talent improve. You can so understand why AJ Styles and Punk and Michaels, or why all these people want to do it. Because the sense of, like, reward... that feeling of, like, you know, you've really helped someone get to a new level. Like, I bet that's so rewarding. I bet that's so good. Bang, lovely. Right, we're counting down. We still haven't got anyone out of this yet. Jamie said it's sad because it shows NXT make talent remember pre-scripted moments. Why not give them freedom? Well, you can't give them freedom, because not everyone's got the ability to go out there and just talk. I mean, that is just a whole separate skill, isn't it? I mean, that's a much harder skill. To be able to go out there and just deliver, like, really compelling content, and you need to get from here to here. And again, a lot of confidence is going to come from the fact that we can script it out for you. You just got to deliver it. There's a lot of people that don't have that ability. Bang, backbreaker. I mean, like, that ability to, like, script it out yourself, you could try and do it, but obviously the talent would have to know in advance what they're doing. They'd have to script it. It'd have to get signed off. Certainly, like, just cutting it in the moment. That's a completely different skill set. Nice, round the back. It shows that Punk's amazing. Yeah, oh, definitely. Punk's one of the greatest ever. But you can give Punk a microphone and go, you know, cut me a promo. And he'll cut you an amazing promo. Just completely off the top of his head. What do you need him to say? But that is a serious skill. That is not the norm. That comes from a lot of miles on the road. A lot of cutting promos. A lot of learning from mistakes. You know, I mean, like, again, how many times does Sol Ruca get to do a promo in a ring? She doesn't get anywhere near as much opportunity. So it probably shouldn't be a surprise that, you know, on a regular basis we see people's promos kind of under-delivering. Okay, we got Charlie Dempsey in there right now. So we got 4 of them in there. Am I right in saying the next one's going to be the mystery one? Because I think there's 5 in this, isn't there? And I think the next one is the mystery person. Charlie Dempsey battling. Oh, into the barricades. Jared said the first hour has gone. How are we feeling, Days and Chat? I'm feeling really good. I really enjoyed it. I'm really looking forward to finding out who this mystery person is. Opening match was a banger. Even the Soul thing, which, you know, I think a lot of people are in agreement, it was underwhelming. Certainly her promo, but I think that, you know, even that gives you something to talk about. Fans are chanting, this is awesome. They're really enjoying this, like, fatal 4-way right now. These lot are battling away. Jackson Drake's in there. Dion Lennox is in there. Charlie Dempsey is in there. Here we go. Okay. The final person about to enter. Oh, I think, is that Candice? Yeah, Candice comes out. Big cheer for Candice. So I think it is going to be Johnny. Okay. Johnny chants. Loud Johnny chants. Here he comes. Ah, why can't we use Rebel Heart? Candice runs to the back, grabs him, brings him out, and he's all glum. Ah, I feel like we were robbed then of, like, him coming out and being all energetic and Rebel Hearts. Okay, well, the fans are chanting for him. Johnny, Johnny, Johnny. The fans are with him. The fans are with him. I was really hoping we were going to get, like, Rebel Heart and he was going to come out. Big boot, though, by Jackson Drake. Now he's... Oh, God. Now he's just lying down on the edge of the ring. I mean, look, can Johnny win this? Go on to Battle Miles Born. But if he does, I can't see Johnny winning. I can't see Johnny winning. I can't see Johnny beating Miles. Yeah, look, we got Johnny Wrestling chants. This match carrying on, though. Can Johnny do it? Johnny Wrestling. Bang, powerbomb. He's just going to lie like that the whole time, said Nick. We've got glum Johnny. The fans are trying. Oh, shot coming in. Is that OTM? Oh, that was such an opportunity. Then no one else. This rebel heart. Crowd would have been going. Would have been vibes. We were robbed of vibes. Okay, Dion, net breaker. Johnny going slug mode, said Chris. Okay, Dion gets eliminated. If Gargano's back in NXT, then there's no way to look at it other than a demotion, said Brony. Well, I don't think this would be permanent. I feel like there's just no plan for him right now. I don't think anyone's really expected him to get into the mix for WrestleMania. So if there's no plan for him right now, no plans for him for Mania, then, you know, why not just put him on the stand and deliver card? Why not just get him in the mix? Johnny just rolling over the other side. Charlie Dempsey pushes him, and now he rolls over that side. Now Jackson Drake. Why are we just pushing him around? Jackson Drake wants... now Candice is in there. Johnny goes to the outsides. Okay, this match is carrying on. Johnny's doing his best Orange Cassidy impression, said Alex. Fans are still with him, though. Johnny. Maybe he can find his mojo again. Perhaps this is going to be the story. He goes to NXT, finds his mojo. Uppercut there by Charlie. Now Johnny is lying on the barricades. Can we just remember this all started because he had Axiom's mask, and then Axiom's mask was took away from him. That's it. That's how it started. 1, 2, kick out. This is so dumb. It's actually hilarious, said Sweet and Sassy. Down goes Shiloh. 1, 2, kick out. He's napping on the barricades. Candice just doesn't know what to do. She's trying to reason with him. Johnny, get up is the chant. Do you know what? I agree with you. This is dumb. And the reason for it is dumb. But, oh my God, they are with him. They are chanting, Johnny, get up. They want him to come fire him back. They want him to bring that energy and, like, win this thing, you know? The fans are absolutely with him. Johnny, get up. Johnny, get up. Watch it. He will go on to win, said Nick. Candice is saying, go on. He's down at the moment now. He's back on his feet. He's climbing up the steps. He's looking out at the crowd. Candice is cheering him on. This crowd are going crazy. Every step, they get louder as Johnny. Yes. Look, he's on the edge of the ring. The fans are right there with him. Go on, Johnny. Get in the ring. Shiloh murks him. Johnny goes back down again. I mean, it is working with the live crowds. No, he's back down on the edge of the ring, and you can see Candice just can't believe it. She's absolutely exasperated. Johnny on the edge of the ring. Right now we got Charlie Dempsey and Shiloh. They spill to the outsides. Just pleading with him. Please, Johnny, please. This thing carrying on, though. Shot coming in. Looked a little bit weak. Over the top. Jackson Drake lands on Charlie. Triple H is like, I'm going to have Gargano just lay around. And HBK is like, I'm going to take this to a whole new level, said Daryl. Days, would you like to be in Bridgerton and have a wonderful TV wife? Well, I've never seen Bridgerton, but I would certainly be okay with having a wonderful TV wife. 1, 2, shoulder up there by Shiloh. Thomas said, off the NXT topic, do we think Randy could have been on the phone with Flair or on? Maybe starting a new 4 Horsemen stable? Well, as people have been saying, apparently Flair's under some sort of AEW deal. I don't know that he would be with on. If you can't get Flair, I think it would probably... He could be on the phone to Flair and we just don't ever, make it clear that it is Flair. I mean, the end result could be that the person on the phone recommends starting a new faction, like the Horsemen. So, I mean, even though, Flair can't come in, it could still potentially be Flair that's on the phone. Yes, we just never acknowledge that it's him by name. But, I don't know, the voices, I think, is in the run-in. It being his dad, I think, is in the run-in. Jackson Drake might just be about to be eliminated, and he is. Shiloh eliminates Jackson Drake. Charlie Dempsey's him. Brony said, I've been enjoying Raw a lot lately. Shot there by Charlie. Liv is my favourite wrestler, says Benjamin. Shining Wizard, I'm really surprised people can't see how much talent this kid Drake has. 1, 2, shoulder up. So long, Jackson Drake, said Jennifer. Go on, Shiloh, said Suzanne. Okay, right now, Charlie. Oh, Johnny's still down on the edge of the ring. I'm all in with Johnny Gargano right now, said William. Shot there by Shiloh. Nice, belly to belly. Suplex by Charlie. So Dion has gone. Jackson Drake has gone. We're down to Charlie Dempsey and Shiloh. Johnny on the outsides. What if Randy was talking to Ted DiBiase? Well, we can switch to that, but I don't think it originally was that because the court case was still going when we had started this thing. But now that he's been found innocent, they can switch it to that. 1, 2, 3. Right, Charlie Dempsey eliminated. Shiloh has managed to get rid of all of those. Oh, no. Shiloh on the outsides. Bang! Is he going to get counted out? If he gets counted out, Johnny would win. Mate, that would be such a crazy way, wouldn't it? Mate, I'd be tempted to do that. Oh, man, the fans are chanting for Johnny. Nah, they should have kept him. Could he have got counted out? Oh, Johnny falls on him. 1, 2. Johnny gets it. Johnny did absolutely nothing there. Candice pushes Johnny. Feelings. I don't have feelings because I love Johnny. So I don't have feelings, but people will have feelings. Johnny gets the win and did nothing in the match, but enjoyed a lot of support. The fans were right with him. The fans really were with him. That's crazy. Candice just pushes him. That is crazy. But there we go. Look, Candice and Johnny in the ring. That's gonna... I'll tell you, Brian Alvarez is going to freak out about this. Johnny steps up to Miles. Johnny and Miles. I can't see Miles losing that. Well, that makes Stand and Deliver a little bit bigger, doesn't it? I'm intrigued for that match. TPM said that's BS. Shiloh deserved it. Okay, who's going to replace Elio and Eli? There's still no word about... how badly injured he is. Keanu and Jasper goes down next week. I tell you what, Robert Stone's got his plate full, isn't he? Okay, here's Jada. Miss Parker. Let me get you a match with Kelani Jordan. Oh my God, I would love one. I would love one. I would so love that. If you could make that work for me, I would so love a match. Right, on we go. We got 45 minutes to go, and I mean, it's just chaos. Here's the Cullen. They're making their way down. They've got... is this going to be a different tag team, a replacement tag team? Could it be a main roster tag team? Could it be the Profits? Who is going to take their place? Who takes their place? It's another opportunity to use someone from the main roster. It's a big show, this show. Stand and deliver. I'd rather watch Shiloh than effing Niko Vance, that's for sure, said Alex. Is Stand and Deliver on YouTube? I actually don't know where it is. I think it's on Netflix for us internationally. In America, yes, I believe YouTube. Days, I don't want to sound like a hater or anything, but how am I supposed to get excited about seeing Gargano in NXT when he's already accomplished everything he can in NXT? Well, I think the story is meant to be, you know, this NXT legend returning and, you know, just entertaining the fans. The one thing you always got from Johnny was like a really great match. So I think what they're hoping for is you're just excited to see Johnny potentially doing what he does best, which is putting on bangers. I mean, he was Mr. NXT. And some of the matches, best matches in NXT history were Johnny matches. Him against Adam Cole, him against Tommaso Ciampa, him against Andrade in particular is maybe my favorite out of all of those. His match with Andrade. But I mean, he competed against so many different people and had so many great matches that I think we can look forward to him against Miles Bourne and that match being a real banger. And I'd imagine Miles will win. So, I mean, that'll be a great boost to Miles. That'll be a big win to get on the resume. I understand that how we got there is not going to be to everyone's taste, but that is also a little bit of a story, isn't it? Because at the moment he is down, he is deflated. You know, is this going to be the thing that just kind of builds him back up again? You know, him getting into a fight with someone, you know, battling away, trying to get the victory, and even if he falls short, that being something that just, you know, reignites that fire that has so very obviously gone out. You know, so actually in storyline wise for Johnny, this could be something that reignites him. But not only that, like the fans hopefully excited to see what should be a banger. The trade-off is that you're not getting one of those new emerging talents like a Shiloh instead. And that's the trade. And that's going to be a trade that some people aren't going to be willing to make. They're not going to be willing to trade a Shiloh or trade a... I don't know. Shiloh in particular. I mean, I don't know that people would care that much about Dion Lennox. But, you know, we got some young talent in there that could have had this spot and Johnny is getting it instead. But I think the feeling within WWE is probably that talent isn't quite ready for a stage as big as Stand and Deliver. Shiloh's like an amazing future prospect, but is he ready right now to, you know, be on Stand and Deliver. I don't know where we are with ticket sales for that show, but obviously having Johnny on it is going to help with those ticket sales as well. So, yeah, it's a tricky one. I can sort of see the predicament that they're in. It's either see Johnny on TV in NXT or just don't see him on the main roster. So give me Johnny wrestling all day, said WrestleRants. Niko Vance reminds me of Bron Breakker clone. He looks similar to him. Even with his stupid Undertaker 2014 cut. I don't even dislike him as a person, but he's just so bland. Days, do we think we get a WrestleMania Danhausen segments in Alfie? Yeah, I would think so. I don't think it's a match, but he could be involved with reading the attendance or interrupting, like, you know, some backstage moments. Like, I don't see how Danhausen isn't a part of WrestleMania in some capacity. Okay, they're just talking about Psycho Sid. Sid, of course, announced today as being the latest inductee into the Hall of Fame. And now we got an NXT Origins. It's the Tiffany one. Tiffany's Epiphanies. Daddy says I'm ready to take over NXT. I like these. I really like these. Tiff. Yeah, I do like those. Okay, OTM. We never found out who Tiffy's daddy was, said Wrestle with Andy. Well, it was Ludwig Kaiser for a short time. Okay, 6-man next week. Oh, okay. Let's go. I haven't seen Mike Santana in a while. Mike Santana with OTM is pretty fun. So it's going to be OTM and Mike Santana against Dark State next week. MSG next week. So we've got MSG for Raw. And we've got the theater for NXT. I'll see y'all next week. Great 57. Right, who's going to answer the call? I don't think they had anything planned until the weekend, so who have they managed to get to replace... Oh, it looks like it's going to be Los Americanos. Rayo and Bravo are here. I tell you what, there was a good pop, actually. Good pop for when they came out. There's Bravo. Yeah, look, they're getting good reactions. I think their star power has been helped so much by all the work they've been doing in AAA. So, Los Americanos here, no sign of El Grande. It's not about him tonight. It is so mental. It is just so mental. But I can't say it's not working. When they first started this, it was like, oh my God, what have they done with Pete Dunne and Tyler Bate? But the longer it's gone on and the more they've embraced it and got into it, the more it's like, it could be worse. And there was a little pop there when they came out, so Los Americanos are the replacement. I gotta tell you, Niko and Shawn did not look impressed. Okay, we got some Olays. Brony said, yeah, props to Tyler Bate and Pete for embracing this gimmick, trying to maximize the opportunity. Yeah, they've leaned into it. Shawn Spears working on the arm. It's the Brits pretending to be Americans, pretending to be Mexicans. Well, it's a story as old as time, isn't it? It's just more Brits pretending to be Americans who are pretending to be Mexicans. Little dance there by Bravo. Did you ever think this was going to work for your countrymen? Do you know what? They're not even just countrymen. Tyler Bate was born about 2-3 miles away from where I was brought up. I mean, unless someone comes from Stourbridge, right, the actual town I'm from, Tyler Bate is, the WWE superstar that will probably forever be the closest from where I'm from. So it's just crazy to me. I love the fact, though, that he's still with the company. And the other great thing is as well that I don't think they're going to look to get rid of this Los Americanos group at the moment or anytime soon. It's working. The package is really good. Them being with El Grande. I don't think this is like a gimmick for life. It feels like just something they're doing at the moment. But listen, man, it's getting them on TV. It's keeping them employed. They get to go to Mexico. They get to go to Raw. They get to pop up in NXT. Do you know what I mean? They're wrestlers that are in demand. And you probably did not grow up dreaming of being this gimmick, but that can be true of so many people. I can promise you, Cody Rhodes didn't grow up dreaming of being Stardust. Dustin Rhodes didn't dream of being Goldust. Undertaker didn't grow up dreaming of being The Undertaker. Although that obviously worked out very well for him. But, yeah, it's true of a lot of people, isn't it? When you think about, I want to grow up, I want to be a wrestler, you don't really think about you might end up being Bastion Booger, You might end up with some of those crazy gimmicks that we've seen in the past. You might be the boogeyman. But it doesn't matter. You're living your dream. You're traveling the world. You're wrestling on shows. You're getting reactions. You're entertaining fans. Against the ropes. Down goes Shawn Spears, Los Americanos. Over the top to the outsides. Bang, Bravo through the ropes. I would have no problem if I had this gimmick. I would do exactly what they're doing, what Tyler's doing. You'd have as much fun with it as you could. And you'd just be like, do you know what? I'm putting smiles on people's faces. I'm going out there. I'm living the dream, traveling the world. And people are like, pleased to see me. Not everyone. There's people that are like, this is dumb. And they just, it's just not for them. They can't get with it. I can understand that. But you just got to do what you can, haven't you, really? And I do like how they've leaned into it. Right, we are just half an hour away from the end. These two will get some great figures too, said WrestleDown. That's true. Days Soul is getting a Cody treatment. During WrestleMania 40 build, nearly everyone was behind Cody, and now people hate Cody. Soul's build during 2025 and the start of 2026, the fans were behind her, but not now, said Word Life Cena fan. I think there's a big difference between them, though. I think the Cody one is because of, since WrestleMania 40, we've seen such poor creative, and we've seen, you know, segments that are just a bit bland, promos that don't really say much. And so as a result, you know, people are more interested in a different direction and a change. I don't think that's true of Soul. You know, Soul hasn't been, you know, dominating the top women's championship and, you know, involved in a load of mid-stories. I just think the way that this feud has gone with Zaria is that it took a long time to get to. And actually, you know, Soul has had a lot of success. Zaria has sort of been there, but it does feel a little bit like Soul has kind of always been out for herself. I feel like the booking of it is a bit different. I don't think anyone would say that Cody has particularly done anything wrong. They would just say that he's been a bit boring and it's been a bit dull. But with Soul, I think there's an argument that, like, she's kind of not been a great friend. Stomp coming in there by Niko. Last night was a great show, said Steven. My poor cat has fallen ill, but she's lying down next to me and we're watching NXT. I still see Seth Brock one more time. My cat called Seth. Wrestling is my heel. Steven, shout out to you, buds. I don't know if we'll get Brock Seth one more time. I mean, obviously it's Oba. Feels like he's done at SummerSlam, and it feels like that's going to be Gunther. So, I mean, that would mean we'd need to get the Seth match over the summer in between. I don't know, with the whole Vision thing going on, I'm not sure. Plus, also, I don't think they want Brock to lose between, you know, WrestleMania and SummerSlam. So that would mean Brock would probably have to win. Maybe you could have Seth Brock wins because the Vision get involved. Maybe. Jared said, it's like me. I wanted to be the next Rock, but I ended up watching some streams with a guy called Days instead. It's true. So what you're saying is that life turned out even better, you know? Yes, you could have been the next Rock, but you're here instead. Right now we got Shawn pulling up the Bravo mask. Shots coming in there by Bravo. Going up, looking for a crossbody. Lovely work. Shawn said, you got to embrace the gimmick. Matt Bourne before Doink. Steve Lombardi before the Brooklyn Brawler. Ray Taylor before Big Boss Man. Ted DiBiase before the $1 Million Man. Oof. Going over. Nice kick. Drop kick. Charging in again. Double knees. Ryo going up. Flipping over. Takes down Vance. 1, 2. Kick out by Vance. Yeah, Shawn, shout out to you. Who's going to induct Sid into the Hall of Fame? Well, I'd imagine... I don't know that there'll be an induction. It's legacy. So I don't really know how that works. I can't remember how we did it last year. So there might not be a speech. It might be that we just show a video package and they go in. I had a little moan about that in Unseen, that he's going in Legacy. I don't see why we need Legacy anymore. Right now, bang. I feel like we did Legacy originally because we had so many people that we needed to get in that we had a Legacy class so we could get like 20 odd names in every year. Because there's so many names from the history of wrestling that deserve to be recognized. But we don't do it that way anymore now. Big knee coming in there by Niko. Shawn going up. Zaria should beat Soul at Stand and Deliver and then get called up, says Brony. And then Soul gets called up. Shining was said, I got an interesting one for Wrestle Feuds. Which wrestlers had the best repackage? Oh, that is good. Do you know, I do need a bit of help with some Wrestle Feud questions. I wrote a load down and I've used a lot of them. That is good, that is. I do. I like that a lot. Brony, I've written it down. I might even do a Wrestle Feud questions. So people can sort of click on that and leave some suggestions. And I could be using those in the future. It's good, that is, but. Okay, Bravo. Headbutt. Down goes Shawn Spears. 1, 2, 3. Right, Bravo gets it. Bravo gets it. We get a win for Los Americanos. They advance. They showed up. They showed up. They showed out. The mask was loaded by Ryo. Headbutt to Shawn Spears. And it results in a victory. The babyface is cheat. No one cares. Okay, we got Ryo and Bravo in the ring. They're going to be in action against Birthright next week. There's Stacks. Uriah Connors. Tyler Bate. Spins rounds. Okay, here's Keanu Carver. Bad man, any Keanu Carver is a bad man. Yeah, a lot of the refs don't want anything to do with Carver. Is he going to make Briggs a ref, maybe? Oh, yeah. Briggs is bigger, isn't he? I mean, look at Briggs standing over Keanu Carver. Did he just say, I'll see you in New York, pup? Pup. That's disrespectful. Carmen, yes. Here we go. Here we go. Carmen's here. Carmen's here. The champ is here. I thought that was confetti, but it won't. The confetti ain't oh, it is. Oh, my God. What's this? Tatum's going to, like, a hotel room. Tatum is trying to find Blake Monroe. This could be good. This could be cinematic. Let's go. Carmen said days at the ARW Pro Show that I might attend this Saturday. At the ARW Pro Show, I might attend this Saturday at the American Legion Post 100 Lake Station, Indiana. Have you ever heard of punctuation? But Jesus Christ, I have to take a breath, you know. Days at the ARW Pro Show, I might attend this Saturday. American Legion Post 100 Lake Station, Indiana. It features a 2 out of 3 falls match between Donovan Someone versus Josh Moon for the ARW Pro Championship. Commas are our friends. Well, goods. Goods. I'm a big fan of Donovan Marcellus. Donovan Marcellus versus Josh Moon. 2 out of 3 falls match for the ARW. This is the big one. That's Trog's belt, though. We all know that's Trog's belt. How dare they? What's the Trogster up to, Carmen? What's Troggy doing? Is he in a big match? Number 1 contenders. It's probably the GM, knowing him. Legend. So, Carmen, lovely to have you around, buds. Let us know what Trog is up to. That's my favourite. Can we get a picture of Trogster? I reckon that Tatum beatdown might be at the very end, mightn't it? Yeah, I mean, I've put the name in and absolutely nothing has come back. That's how good ARW Pro are. You can, like, literally put in the names of the wrestlers and the internet goes, I ain't got a clue. What's ARW Pro? Even the internet doesn't know. We have said this before. I mean, I have serious doubts that it even exists. I think that it's just something that's made up by Carmen. Yeah, there's no evidence that this promotion's real. So, Carmen, shout out to you. Was it a whisper or was it a whisper or was it in the wind? He wasn't sure. He thought he heard a voice at this moment, but all he could hear was the wind rustling the leaves of the trees. Thank you, Liam. I feel like you're providing some culture to the community. Blake will be in the bath. Oh, you perv. That's what you're hoping for. Well, there he is. Wrestle with Andy, showing his true colours. Oh, I think she's going to be in the bath. You hope she's in the bath. Oh, she might have her boobs out. Oh. I'm screen recording just in case. Yeah. Wrestle with Andy with his personal top 10 favourite pervy moments from this week's NXT. Yeah. Is that what it is? Yeah, I'm onto you. I'm onto you. Wrestle Squatch, hello, shout out to you. Handcuffed, said Shining Wizard. What's going to be in the bath handcuffed? Oh, yeah. Oh, here we go. She is in the bath. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He's already filmed it. He was already there. Perhaps he was in the bath as well. Okay, Blake Monroe is getting out of the bath. The door has just been knocked. We know who's at this door. Ah, she grabs her. There's a thankfully there was a chain on the door. Oh, mate. How thankful is she that she had that chain on the door? I'm a bit disappointed, actually, the chain was on the door. I wanted them to really get into it, but there we go. She tracked her down. She found her. She sent a message. Oh, and Sexy Red's coming back soon as well. Oh, yeah. Oh, there she is. The sexiest of all the colours. Yes. Oh, yeah. See you there. Yes. Oh, God, it's all happening. I think Wrestle with Andy has got some very serious questions that he needs to answer. Oh, I hope she's going to be in the bath. And then, where was she? Where was she? She was in the nudie. In the bath. And I swear I saw that she was watching a Wrestle with Andy video. Fact. Days Donovan Marcellus is the ARW Pro Champion, not Trog. Trog wrestles for Backbreaker. Oh, did he leave? Did he leave because ARW Pro's just made up? He also wrestles for Southland Championship. Well, he's my favourite, Carmen. I prayed for this, and it happens. Well done. Well done. Are we going to see Tatum go into Blake's hotel room with a sledgehammer? Well, I think that's all we're getting, honestly. You'll have to... Andy will tell you. He knows what's going down. If there's a scantily clad lady around, he is in the know. Okay, I'm loving Ethan Page dancing away to Ricky's theme. That's pretty good. That's pretty fun. Ethan's come down with Ricky. Dancing away as it's our main event. Your attitude changed when you saw Sexy Red. Yeah. Let's go. Okay, here comes Tony. It's very big sound, very dramatic sounds. Definitely feels like someone you need to be paying attention to. Did you see the picture of Danhausen interrupting Ethan? So I did. That was doing the rounds today. I did sort of wonder if that might mean that he was going to show up on NXT, but sadly not. To be honest, that would be overexposure, though. I mean, the guy's popping up everywhere. Tony versus Ricky. It's kind of cool entrance. It does feel like a big star's coming out. It makes such a difference, doesn't it? I mean, breaking news, entrance music makes a big difference. Okay, main event. Main events. I tell you what, it's been really good match-wise tonight. I mean, we've had Great 72 for Wren QCC against Fatal Influence. We've had the Gauntlet at Great 57. And then that last match, Good 99. I would agree. I think the opening match was still the best match, but in-ring has been solid. Really solid. Okay, Ricky versus Tony at main event with just 13 minutes to go. Chris said, I'm pleased all the Mafia nonsense has been dropped. That was a terrible gimmick for the main roster. I agree. I think the entrance music, the vibe, it feels like we're in a better place. He can wrestle as well. I believe he's got an amateur wrestling background, Tony. Days, imagine these merch sale numbers for that Blake's bathwater. Don't give him ideas. They might do it. And I can't guarantee I wouldn't buy one. Not because I'd want to drink it. But, it'd be such a random item, wouldn't it? And you know it wouldn't be real. Would I buy it? I mean, I bought a capsule of dirt from the Boneyard match, so I probably would. Okay, we got Ethan coming round, having a word there with Ricky. Ricky just trips over the ring steps there. As Tony comes out, Ricky... Oh, boot coming in. Shots there by Ricky, lands down on his feet. He's picked up. He's got him up in the air. Through the ropes. Down goes Ricky. Ricky with baseball slides. That's what you get. Tony better win. He definitely needs this, said WrestleRants. Alfie said, what do we think Trick's going to do at Mania? Well, we were talking earlier about matches that need to get added, and Sammy is still not on the card, so I think it feels like Trick Sammy are in each other's orbit, so wouldn't be shocked to see Trick versus Sammy get added. Shining Wizard said, Tony has lost some weight. Well, Tony just went hard into those ring steps. Yeah, you'd taste it, said Two True Crew. Well, I'd have a sip. Just a little sip. Shot coming in. Nice clubbing blow there by Ricky. Ricky is about the same size as a kid, said Wrestle Squatch. Okay, over in the corner, Ricky in control. Kick coming into the midsection. Another right hand there by Ricky. Ricky goes down. Days isn't going to read that comment, says Sonny. Which one? I pray for Timmy's. I also pray for boobies. Oh my God, Sonny, you and me are so similar. I pray for those two things as well. Over in the corner goes Ricky. Tony goes into that ring post as Ricky moves out the way. Ricky is grabbing the arm there of Tony, pulling down on the arm. Radiated Zombie said, I prefer heel Ricky to face Ricky. I do like the connection and the relationship he's got with Ethan. I do think that's good. Okay, the crowd are making a little bit of noise. They're getting into it. Over in the corner, climbing up. Oh, he's walking the ropes. Never get why people don't do that. I mean, Taker used to do it to people, but those people would be in so much pain. And, you know, I mean, he was such a big guy. I never feel like Ricky sets that move up quite right. It's never quite got people, like, really out of it. Or maybe their selling just isn't dramatic enough. It always feels like they're just looking at him. It's like, why don't you just pull the arm? Down goes Tony. Trini said, the X just had a couple soldiers bring me roses and they sang for me. For the first time in a long time, I'm speechless and I'm blushing like I'm 16. What, your ex had a couple of soldiers bring you roses? Is that normal? If someone was going to bring flowers around houses in the UK, it'd be a florist over here. We wouldn't have soldiers do it. The ex had a couple of soldiers bring me roses, sing for me. I'm speechless. Yeah, but you know what they want. That's why they're doing it. Yeah. Don't shoot the messenger. Yeah. I'm just a soldier delivering my own message to you. I'm just saying. Yeah. It might seem all lovely and innocent, but I know how guys think. Yeah. Look at Wrestle with Andy. Blimey hell, he's one of the worst. Desperate to see female wrestlers in bat, and then they give it to him as well. There's not a single guy on this planet that's not a pervert. Every single one of them would drink that Blake Monroe bathwater. So, congratulations. But, you know, just be careful. That's all I'm going to say. Shining Wizard said in the UK, soldiers are something you put in boiled eggs. That's true. Trip there by Ethan. Tony having a look at Ethan. Ricky charging over, looking for DDT. Can't get it. Okay, we've got about 6 minutes to go. Ricky is asking Ethan for help. It's down he goes. Okay, Ricky is screaming out. Boom, look at that. Tony is in control at the moment. Over in the corner. Tony is looking to put Ricky away. Drop kick there by Ricky. Tony goes into the corner. Ricky is back up to his feet. Drop kick again there by Ricky. Ricky is back up. Grabs Tony, looking for a power bomb. Got him up. Oh, no joy. Shot misses. Against the ropes. Boom, down goes Tony. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up. Shoulder up. Ethan on the outside. Animated. Ricky Saints looking around. Tony down. The crowd are a bit muted, aren't they? I mean, the crowd aren't going crazy for this match. They're not, like, making loads of noise. Blake Monroe is trending right now. Tony goes in the corner. Tony grabbing the back of his head. Ricky stomping down. Tony goes down. Okay, boom in the corner. Hard goes Tony. Ricky trying to get back up to his feet. Wrestler Andy said, Days, I'm the opposite of Danhausen. If I pray for it, it happens. It's true. Here we go. Ricky about to try and put Tony away. He's got him down. James said, I hope it all goes well for you, Trini. Thank you for joining the stream. Yeah, Trini keeps us updated. Oh, here we go. Look, he's screaming out. Shot coming in. Against the ropes. Clothesline. Now that Tony's hair's all kind of loose and everything, I'm getting like killer older brother of Elias. I don't know if that's a good vibe to get, but do you know, like if you picked on Elias and then his older brother came along and you're like, oh no, I regret picking on that kid now. That's kind of what Tony's giving me. Picking him up. Ah, Ethan gets involved. That's going to result in a DQ. Bella sounded. Days, I feel like Triple H could have at least left Javon Evans with HBK because of the 3 call-ups. It's not like he's setting the world on fire with creative. Shot coming in. And again. Yeah, of the 3, he could have been left, but I think they're quite happy. I mean, not everyone needs to be like a top star, do they, when they first go up? You know, Javon can go in the mid-cards and go after a mid-card bout. It could be a much slower build for him. Here's Joe. Joe comes down. So Ricky couldn't deal with Tony. Ethan had to get involved. Joe's got in the ring as well. I think this episode's been a really solid episode. I think this last match has probably been the weakest. I didn't really find myself, like, getting lost in it. But it's got us to where we need to go. I mean, this thing screams Fatal 4-Way. Tony down. We believe. We believe. That's what the fans are chanting. On the outside, Ethan and Ricky have both got a hold of the NXT Championship. Smile on the face of Tony. Fatal 4-Way, stand and deliver. Smile on the face of Tony. Well, there we go. The NXT Championship. Okay, Lola Vice, Kendal Gray, #1 contenders match next week. We're in New York. We're in Madison Square Garden. I think this was a very easy watch. 6-man tag match. Mike Santana returns. He's teaming up with OTM to take on Dark State. So, got a little bit of TNA involvement. The TNA champ. The champ is here. Jasper Troy is taking on Keanu Carver. Josh Briggs. Special guest referee for that one. Should be good. Maybe that leads to a triple threat. Okay. How are we ending this show? We're backstage with Robert Stone. Chaotic night. Yeah. Yeah. Fatal 4-way. Do you know what I would have liked there? I would have liked something just to tease Takahashi. Just a little something in the background that just makes you go, oh my God, there, here we go. Here we get something like that, you know, just a little taster, just a little tease. I don't know what it could have been. Just a little something, just to, you know, maybe some Japanese kanji. That would have been quite nice. I was looking for something there, but all we got was the announcement of the Fatal 4-Way, which I think we knew it was going to be a Fatal 4-Way anyway. We didn't really learn anything from that. We just got what we were expecting to get. But all in all, a very watchable show. I enjoyed it. I do think maybe the first hour was better than the second hour. But switch over to a different source. There we go. Yeah, we got a bit of a storm in the area. So it's a little bit problematic. There we go. We're back. We're back, baby. We're back. Get your thoughts in about that main event match. Days Lainey Reid wrestles like she's been on the Indies or at Stardom. She's hard-hitting, just like Jamie Hayter. It's wild, said Big Time. I'm a fan. I like her. She's really gone up in my estimation. I agree. Word Life Cena fan said, I got another question for Wrestle Feuds. The singlet question makes it 2 separate questions, one for male, one for female. And for shocking moment at WrestleMania, make one for the males. Okay, got you, bud. Very good, thank you. Is WWE going to push Danhausen? Well, they are pushing him. I mean, they're showcasing him, aren't they? So they are pushing him. I mean, a push for him is not necessarily like titles and matches. It's just getting him on TV and getting him over with the fans. And I mean, look where we are now compared to when he came out the box. I mean, I think we've got to say in the, 3-4 weeks that we've had since Elimination Chamber, it's gone incredibly well. Incredibly well. Trini said, I'm always happy for Easter weekends. Oh yeah, that's next weekend or this weekend, isn't it? Calvin said, "Days are fans turning on Soul." Well, I think again it comes down to options, doesn't it? And we said this with Cody Randy. You've got to make Soul the more attractive option. They've not given us a reason to boo Zaria, so I think people can understand why Zaria snapped and why she always felt like she was in the shadow. And a lot of people view it that like Soul was just not a very good friend. So, you know, plus also like Soul goes out and cuts like a real monotonous promo, but then Zaria comes out and cuts a much more engaging promo. One doesn't get reactions, the other one does. So again, it comes down to which is the more exciting of the two options. And a lot of fans are gravitating towards Zaria. I don't know if WWE view that as a problem. I mean, they certainly are not having Zaria going off on the fans. They're not really making it they're not really addressing any of the problems, you know? I mean, if you want the fans to be with Soul, you just have Zaria go off on the fans and make it very clear that she doesn't like the fans. She's not here for them. And make it very clear, like, and have Soul kind of look at the fans and, you know, kind of be a bit more sympathetic. And, I mean, you could make it very clear as to which way WWE would like you to go. But actually, they're just going off on each other. And it's a little bit of, like, pick whichever side you want, really. So I can't say they've given us like a big reason to not be with Zaria, other than Zaria was the one that attacked Soul, but she just reached her breaking point, and I think a lot of people can understand that. They do need to do more to show Zaria as being the heel, said to True Crew. Tony said, Days, there might be rumors ARW are going to buy AEW are going to purchase ARW Pro. That would be big. That would be big if that went down. That would be one of the biggest mergers we've ever seen in wrestling. Big Time said, it feels like we're in a situation where the NXT women's division is flooded with many feeling segments. At the same time, the main roster is dying for talent to fill depth on Raw and SmackDown. Word Live said, it's not Soul's fault when WWE put her in Evolution and John Cena handpicked Soul for Saturday Night Main Event and not Zaria. I don't think that's the problem, though. I don't think those things are the reasons. I don't think anyone's looking at it and going, oh, she didn't make it onto the John Cena show and, you know, things like that. I think that the fact that Soul had all this success and Zaria was just sort of there, and the way that it was presented, I mean, it was really weird, wasn't it? That, like, Zaria had to defend Soul's belt and Zaria lost and Soul was really down, which you can understand, but like that didn't make Zaria feel very good. So you can sort of understand people being a bit like, I suppose the point I'm making is Soul is meant to be the face, so if you're riding with Soul, that's fine. That, I think, is what WWE want, but there's enough reason for why people would go Zaria in this. There's enough that's gone down for people to be like, I'm with Zaria, you know? So I totally get why, you know, people are going in the direction they're going. Soul's promo was just a lot of rambling, said Real John. Every time Zaria got hit with the Soul Snatcher would change a person. Days, what do we think is the end game with Jay, Jimmy, Roman? Is Jay taking Roman's place? Well, I don't think Roman is answering to Jay. Just because there's not been any evidence of that on the show, you know, and Roman said to the Usos, or said to Jimmy, you know, as politely as possible, get out my ring, right? You and your brother, get out my ring. If Jay really was some sort of tribal chief now, I don't think that's the dynamic we would be seeing. So there's not really any evidence of that. So for me, it's not that Jay is really giving Roman orders. I'm not really buying that, but I think Jay is kind of showing that he is changing now. He's not going to be that white meat babyface. I think that he is in a process of changing. It's very interesting that LA Knight said to Jay, you're starting to act like Roman, and Tama said to Solo, you're starting to act like Roman. And, you know, Roman jumping CM Punk when Punk had already been attacked. People are obviously going to pick their sides when it comes to, are you with Punk? Are you with Roman? Whose side are you on? But definitely feels like there's a bit of a bloodline reunion that could be in the works. I mean, you got Jay showing kind of more heel tendencies. Roman beating down on CM Punk and attacking him after Jay had already attacked him. And then you've got like Solo being told you're acting a bit like Roman. You got Sammy, who's really lost at the moment. And you can sort of see how you could very easily get all these elements together to reform the bloodline. I don't know that it's going to go that way, but I'm just saying that it's not going to be hard to do that if that's the direction that you want to go. And actually, you know, a Bloodline Summer would be great. The only down would be that I don't know that Roman would be around all that much. But, you know, getting the band back together again would be really, really fun. The other down, though, would be that we know Bloodline works and we know it's a success. And last year was meant to be us building something new. So if we're at the point now where we're just going to put Bloodline back together, is that a bit of an admission that we failed? Because we didn't get anything that could replace the Bloodline. And so instead we're just going to have to go back to the Bloodline. That would be the concern. So I don't know. Where's it going? It's hard to say. I know they've got lots of options as to what they can do. You know, some people could be heel, others might not go heel. We could do a Bloodline reunion. We could have Jay growing in influence. It could be that Jay Roman are on a collision course. I don't think so, because I think we've already done that, and I don't think it worked very well. But, you know, we could absolutely go down that path again if they wanted. But, yeah, it's interesting. It's added an extra element to this build. Brony said the crowd chant loud for Punk yesterday, and when Roman put him through the table, they chanted one more time. Face versus face results in fans cheering for both, says Brony. Big Time said, days with Jada and Kelani, one is really charismatic but lacking in ring, while Kelani lacks charisma but he's very good in ring. If Fatal Influence get called up now, how would we feel about Jada Kelani faction? If Fatal Influence get called up, what, we would do a faction with Jada Kelani and someone else? How would I feel about it? Well, I'm fine. It'd be worth a look, wouldn't it? I mean, they're two of the biggest female names in the women's division. So, I mean, yeah, I'd be okay with having a look at that and building something around that. Two True Crews said, I've got a theory that Zilla could come out at Mania because of the way the Bloodline are acting again. And maybe they cause Roman loss. Or maybe Jay wants that Ula Fala. Bishop said, days, I miss the days when NXT felt like another promotion. What do you mean? Did you not enjoy the show tonight? I give NXT an 8, says Carmen. Days, even though I went to Mania last year, I'm looking forward to going again this year. The card, including the advertised matches and the rumoured matches, are looking so much better, said Word Life Cena fan. Yeah, I think the card's looking pretty fun. Triple A said, are we happy with that card? Yeah. What match are you looking forward to the most? Probably Randy Cody, honestly. Because not only is it a match that I wanted to see, but I just think you've got all those extra elements of, you know, what is that reaction going to be like? And I think like all of that is so fascinating because I just, as I said before, I think there's a lot of learning that can come from that. So, you know, you can kind of take those two where they were and build a feud with, time periods. And we know the concern is that the fans are going to be with Randy. So we're watching now to see if they're going to shift it and what they're going to do to try and shift it. Or even if they're going to try and shift it. Or if they're just going to run with it and it'll be what it'll be, right? So even just watching the build is very interesting. And then, of course, when we get to Mania, how are the fans going to react? You know, how does the match play out? Feels like it's going to be a very vicious match. Feels like it's going to have a lot of intensity, a lot of aggression. I mean, is it just going to be a normal match? Is it going to be a street fight? I don't know. I don't know what they do with that. Are there going to be other elements? You know, could it be that other things get involved? What does the call lead to? So, I mean, not only is it the match that I've kind of been waiting for, and is kind of a feud I've really wanted for Cody, and a feud I've wanted for Randy. Plus, also, I do find babyface Randy to just be floating along. He's just sort of there. He, as much as people point to Cody and say he's bland, I would say babyface Randy is bland. Because what have we done with him? I mean, he's been in a tag team with Riddle, and I just don't think we've been getting the most out of Randy Orton. It's like we've got a legend that's just kind of going around waving kissing babies and is just there in name. But we're not really maximizing Randy whilst we've got him. And so the Randy turn, to me, is us trying to put fuel on the fire and trying to give us a much more engaging Randy. And actually trying to, present a Randy that is one that can really excite. So not only are we getting all of that, but then you've got the call. And where's that lead into? Looking at the crowd reaction. And there's just so much that comes with that. That for me is more exciting than Jade Rhea or AJ Becky that we've seen before. I think Drew Jacob should be fun. That should be fun. And, Punk Roman with this bloodline sort of element is, more intriguing now. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, I like the cards. I'm not down on it. Triple A said, I love Randy and I want him to win. Are you happy with all the match builds? No, I wouldn't say I'm happy with all the match builds. I mean, I want, more heat on Randy and I want more reason for people to get behind Cody. I mean, if Cody's the babyface in this, which he is, well, then we should be presenting him as the option the fans should be behind. And obviously we've not done that yet. We'll see what they do on Friday when Cody comes back. But no, I'm not happy with that element. In regards to Punk and Roman, yeah, I am quite happy with it. And I do like the Usos kind of muddying the water a little bit here. Because you're not quite sure where that's leading. But there's quite a few places it can go. I don't think Rhea Jade has been very good. I think that build's been underwhelming. I think Drew Jacob has been okay. Although a lot of people would say, did Drew need to have that belt? Did we need that carrot dangled that he was going to be in a main event and then isn't? I suppose part of me is a bit like, maybe we should be doing the Fatal 4-Way and then you can really get your teeth into Cody Randy post-Mania. So I'm still not convinced this is quite right, but, I'm really a hype for Cody Randy, so fine. Drew Jacob will be fun. Is the build right? Debatable. What else have we got on the card? Becky, AJ. There's not really too much to it, is there? Could that have been better? Sure. Liv Stephanie, I've seen a lot of people angry that all they got on Raw was like a 40-second brawl. To be honest, I don't feel much of a connection to Stephanie. She feels really distant and cold. I just don't feel a connection there. I'll sort of be with Liv at the moment, getting the win. And that's not quite right, is it? So I feel like Stephanie's language barrier is obviously a barrier, but I don't feel like we've really done a great deal between... I mean, the best promo Stephanie did, she did all in Spanish, and I had to wait until after the show had ended to find out what had been said. And so that kind of suffered for me in the moment. And, obviously Liv started getting upset and everything, and then there's been some attacks. There's not really been too much to it, though, has there? So I would say, like, once you get down the main events and get further down the card, I would say the build is a bit... Nah. But overall, I'd say this is still a better build than last year. Agreed, Stephanie has been a bit underwhelming on the main roster, and that would be an understatement, said Brony. Well, I don't want to be seen as being down on Stephanie, because I like Stephanie. I enjoyed her work in NXT, but it does sort of feel like she's been thrown in the deep end and then just been left to just whatever, sink or swim kind of a situation. Good luck, it's kind of that's how it feels. So it doesn't really feel like she has been given much to necessarily get her teeth into, and I certainly don't feel like there's a connection that I have with her. Not that it's a massive problem or that she would care, but if I feel that way, it makes me think others may be feeling that way as well. They haven't done Stephanie any favours with that stupid Nikki feud, says Bentron. But she is still very popular. Yes, she is. She's got a lot of support. People just like her vibe, and that's great. I personally am just looking for a bit more than what we've seen so far. So definitely feels like there's just something lacking there. It's frustrating because Julia's in that exact same spot. It's just another US title reign that's flopped. We never understood, did we, why they put that belt back on her? Because when they took it off her the first time, it felt like we did that because there was no great option or great options for her to feud with. At least now Tiffany's back. But I mean, this feud has not been good, has it? I mean, right now the match isn't even made. So as of right now, they're not even fighting at WrestleMania. I'm guessing they will be, but I mean, I can't say this has been a brilliant feud. I mean, if the plan was for Tiffany, Julia, I think we could have done something a lot better than what we've done so far. So, yeah, I agree. I don't think we can sit here and say the build for all the matches has been brilliant. I think overall it is better than last year. You know, I'm into what they've done with certainly the two main events. And so, yeah, you take the dubs where you can find them. And you say that this is a better build and, okay, good. But could it be better? Yeah, I mean, quite comfortably. It could be better. I think part of the issue is the amount of rewrites. I mean, all we keep hearing is this was not the original cards. So, you know, they've changed it quite considerably quite a few times. And part of that is due to injury. Part of it is due to slow ticket sales and, you know, them looking at the card questioning, is this right? I think they wanted Bianca, so they didn't have Bianca. So that means now you got to move Rhea over. That obviously means what you did have planned for Rhea now has to change. So all these things have a knock-on effect, you know? I mean, God only knows what plan we're at with Seth Rollins right now. But, you know, all these things obviously have a knock-on effect. What do we think about Mania being later again? Last couple of years, it's like mid-April instead of earlier in the month. Feels like we're just wasting matches on TV instead of Mania, said Bentron. Well, I mean, they said that it didn't work, didn't they? I mean, I think it is true that when it comes to a build, you know, you've got certain things that you can do, like an attack and a promo, maybe a couple of promos, maybe a week off, maybe a little visit around the house. I mean, you can get through a certain period, but I mean, we had to have CM Punk focus on Finn Balor throughout February just so that, you know, we didn't have a crazy build because, I mean, Roman won the Rumble and set his sights on Punk quite early. And so we would have had to have gone through all of February if CM Punk didn't set his sights on something else. But that ate up a bit of time. And so that meant then that we could start building on Punk Roman after the Chamber. But I mean, yeah, you've still got to go through all of March and then you've got to get through half of April. So if it was early April, then you could condense a lot of stuff down and, you know, make it tighter, maybe cut out some of the waffle, some of the stuff that's just filler. So I do agree with them, actually, that like it's harder to book like a 6-week build than a 4-week build. And we need to remember, I need to remember, the road to WrestleMania does not start at the Royal Rumble. It starts at Elimination Chamber. February this year was the same as February last year, underwhelming. And there's a reason for it. It's because we are still working towards Elimination Chamber. We are still getting pieces in place for that. And until we've got the winners of the Chamber, we can't really start putting other pieces in place. So, you know, a lot of stuff gets put on hold till the Chamber's done. So really, once you get past the Chamber, that's where things go to the kind of level we want it to. I mean, again, it was like February was flat. Throughout February, we were like, is this WrestleMania season? But March has been so much better. I mean, all the shows, maybe not all the shows, but a lot of the shows, certainly on the Raw side, have delivered. And then even on the SmackDown side, where the shows have been flat, you've still had something in there that's felt like, well, it was worth watching for that, you know? Like when Cody got beat up, that episode was flat. But Cody got beat up and it sort of saved the show, right? So, yeah, I think that kind of delay going into mid-April is a bit of a problem, yes. I think it is better if it was early April. But, well, you got to play with the hand that you dealt, haven't you? If they feel like that's the best, most optimized weekend for whatever reason, then, you know, you got to make it work. I'm hyped for Ober Brock, said AAA. Do we think Ober will win? I think so. And will he get a title this year? I don't think he needs a title this year, but they could. I mean, look, if Ober wins King of the Ring, goes into SummerSlam challenging for a title, I can't say I'll be shocked. I think, though, we're making it quite hard to get Gunther to that level, and I don't think it should be as hard as we're making it. Feels like we're making it harder on ourselves. I mean, this is the guy that retired Cena, retired AJ. You know, he's been getting some loud reactions, but we just don't have anything for him. He was going to face Rey, and we don't have anything for him right now. And it just feels like we're making this so hard for ourselves. When, you know, we could just be getting him into some new feuds, getting him on TV, having him murk people, getting more heat, keeping that momentum going, you know. So Ober feels like he's got great aura, got momentum, and he's hardly done anything. So, yeah, I mean, if you're just going to ride that wave, I think it could quite comfortably get you to a title this year. The only reason why I would say we don't need to is because I think that love for Ober and that desire to see him get a belt, you know, historically, that is where the money is. The money is in the chase. So this is something wrestling fans aren't going to want to hear, but it's a secret of the business, right? And it's one that you all know. And that is that if you've got someone really popular and the crowd are with them and they've got big aura, I mean, if you can find a way of delaying them getting the belt, not to the point where that aura fizzles off, right? I mean, you don't want to miss your opportunity. You know, there could be a window and that window could close, but I don't feel like the window on Ober is going to be closing anytime soon. You know, if he gets a win over Brock at Mania, he's going to come out of Mania even bigger. So you put him into a big kind of, you know, having him go after the Money in the Bank or whatever, get him into some other feuds, give him something really good to get his teeth into over the summer. I sort of feel like you can get past SummerSlam, and I think the fans are still going to be with him. Still going to be, like, really hungry to see him succeed and get, like, you know, to a world championship. And, you know, it could be that you set him up getting to a world title for WrestleMania 42. And it could be that we build him up to that point. So I would say that it's not going to take long because the fans are just going to demand it. I think a lot of people might have their sights set on SummerSlam. He wins the Rumble, wins King of the Ring, and then goes after the belt at SummerSlam. If we do that, I'd have no problem with that. If we delay it a little bit, I would probably delay it until Mania. I wouldn't have him go after the belt at, say, Survivor Series. I'd probably delay it until Mania. It might sound like a challenge, but it's not. You know, you put him in some interesting feuds and put him into some interesting angles and, you know, kind of do a few things like that with him. I mean, to be honest, you might be able to give him a bit of a tag team run. I mean, you know, someone needs some help. I mean, could you imagine if, like, something happened to Damien and R-Truth needed a partner and Ober came in? I mean, R-Truth's in the ring and he's about to get beaten up because he's on his own. He's got no partner. And all of a sudden, Ober's music, people would go crazy, mate. Ober comes down, helps R-Truth. R-Truth's in there, tags in Ober. Ober comes in, murks the other people, finds himself being a tag champ. Little bit of a run with the tag titles. No problem. There's so many options, so many things you could do with Ober when you've got someone that over. So I don't know if you don't just delay it and just make people want it even more, but I do concede that you don't want to run that risk of, you know, the goodwill running out. You don't want to get to the, like, a bit like Sammy, where Sammy was red hot in the Bloodline and then, you know, kind of it died down because we couldn't follow up that creative. I suppose the good thing about Ober is he's not based on creative. Sammy was like crazy over because he'd been in the Bloodline and people loved him and it was funny. Once he was out the Bloodline, it was a lot harder to have that connection with the audience. Thing with Ober, His isn't based on creative. He's hardly done anything. His is his look, his vibe, his aura. That should be fine. As long as we don't give him loads of losses and kind of mess it up and make him look like a bit of a jobber, which we're clearly not going to do. I think that aura should carry through for a good period of time. Royce Keys' contract expires during Mania season. Couldn't have happened at a worse time. At least with NXT, they prep you because of your own afterwards. Imagine Stephanie had she not gone to NXT. I don't know what that means. What do you mean his contract expires during WrestleMania season? I used to help out with the local indie promotion where they had only 2 female performers. There was no issue with intergender matches. The crowd loved them, says Shining Wizards. Word Life Cena fan said, Days, I'm thinking Stephanie may retain at Mania. Then when Naomi comes back, she will take the title back. Remember, we were supposed to get Stephanie Naomi at Clash for the World Heavyweight Championship. That's a good shout. We was, yes. We was. Well remembered. Survivor Series this year, I think, would benefit by not having War Games, said Real John. Dad Stuff said, Days, I'd love to have seen Julia, Io, Asuka. Oh, I would have loved that, yes, in a triple threat. Would that be like Gunther, Drew, Sheamus? Well, the only thing I would say is Gunther, Drew, Sheamus are kind of brawlers that really lay in chops and hard hitting, you know. You kind of think of Street Fighters, Sheamus, you know, all that kind of stuff. I think it would have been great and they would have had great chemistry. And I think that it would have been comparable in the sense of it would have been like a top tier triple threat match. I can't say that they've got like a brawling style. So it would have been different in that regard. But I think it would have been a fantastic triple threat. And I would have been more excited to see Julia in that match than I would in a match against Tiffany. So, yeah, I would have liked that as well, actually. I mean, I wouldn't have been down on a fatal four-way with Julia, Io, Asuka, and Kairi, and actually just found a way of getting all 4 in, you know? Some people would have said that, you know, there's no need for that or whatever, but I don't know, just put them all in the ring and just let them cook, because some of the stuff they had come up with, I'm sure, would just be so special. So good. A real celebration of Japanese women's wrestling, you know? So yeah, I could get down with that triple threat as well. Definitely. I love all the women involved in that. His contract expired at the end of January. Mania plans were in motion. If he went to NXT, then they could prepare you for the main roster. Yeah, I don't think it matters that his contract expired when it did, to be honest. I just think he needed to go to NXT first. Don't think it really matters. I mean, he should have gone to NXT. I just don't understand why he didn't. So, I don't know what they've got planned. Maybe they're going to show us a reason why he didn't, you know? Perhaps Jericho's about to come in and they're about to put him with Jericho and they didn't want to get him in NXT doing some stuff that it's going to be harder to take him out of. So, I don't know. Perhaps they're going to show the reason why soon. But for me, it doesn't really matter when his contract expired. Just put him in NXT. Robbie said the likelihood of Naomi wrestling in 2026 is very thin. You carry a baby, give birth to the baby, you got to bond, and then you got to get back training. Alexa was gone for like 2 full years, and Becky was gone for 1.5 years. Carmen said, have you tried gummies from Albanese? They're known to have the world's best gummies. What do you mean, Carmen? What do you mean, like drugs? Carmen, no, don't tell me that you do drugs. Gummies as in, like, the kind that get you all high. Carmen, this isn't what I expected from you. I didn't know that all the ARW Pro fans are smacked off their teats. Carmen, those kind of gummies. Is that what you do? Just pop in them? No wonder you miss most of the show. No wonder you always only come in for the last half an hour. Absolutely stoned. Oh my God. Austin said, I didn't expect anything big with Royce Keys. He wasn't anything special in AEW. I just expected the same in WWE. Days, I don't think age is a big deal, but when you hear Royce Keys is 41 instead of 36, it's staggering. Because all of a sudden, he's starting at 40 and you lose 4 years. Oh, yeah, I bet WWE weren't thrilled about that. If he told them he was 36. I'm still rocked. I'm still rocked by the discovery we've just made about Carmen. I mean, that's rocked me to my core, and I'm sure it's rocked many of you as well. So we're going to have to end here. We're not going to find out if Carmen is one of the biggest. Perhaps he deals. I mean, actually, maybe Carmen is dealing gummies in the Hammond, Indiana area. I mean, it could be that Carmen Live is one of the biggest drug dealers in that area. I know. Bentron, I know. There's a lot of concern in the community right now. I think, yeah, you're right. We need to go. We're not going to find out if Carmen is a drug dealer or not tonight. I think it's right that we go. So thank you, everyone. I'm going to try and get my head around this horrific development. Truly shocking news. The Carmen that we know and love might not be the Carmen that we know and love. Might actually be one of the biggest drug dealers in all of North America. So thank you. Appreciate it. Look after yourselves. Bye for now.